Good morning, Tom. You on mute, I think.
There we go. I'm not on mute now.
I cannot hear you.
Okay.
Possibly maybe issues in my side. Let me check.
Test microphone. Mute microphone when joining a meeting. I don't know. Something.
I can hear you, Tom. Hello.
Okay.
Possibly Danish has an issue with the sound.
No, it's okay. I can hear you both.
Hi, Danish.
Okay.
Hi.
So you can hear me now.
Yes, I can hear you
Okay.
clearly.
I can get rid of the settings. Now the next, hello, so here from.
Hi, Tom. How are you? Good morning.
Yeah, well, still haven't had all my breakfast yet, but ready. So here has been my host for almost all my courses in London. So
Hello.
she knows more than anybody else.
Okay. I think, Gilb, you can try to share your screen because I will pin your sharing screen to as a main video.
Okay. So how is this? Do you see my first slide?
No.
Okay. My first slide is up on my Mac anyway.
Are you did share screen?
Oh, maybe I have to push a share screen button somewhere. Okay.
Yeah.
Do I have a, where is my share screen button?
Should be in a bottom. There you can see in a green, I think it's.
Bottom green, okay.
On your video Zoom.
On my video Zoom.
On your screen, there you have the Zoom. Yeah, the mute button on the left side, on the middle share screen, green.
Ah, I see a share screen button. My Mac. Okay. Host as disabled attendee screen sharing. So you haven't upgraded me to co-presenter or something.
Okay, let's make that. Idis, you still here?
Yeah, just a sec.
Yeah. You also make me a co-host, and you can make Tom as a co-host.
Aha.
Tom,
Yes.
you're ready. Yes.
I think you now can do.
Okay. Yeah. Yes. Definitely. Desktop EM. Yes. Okay. Keynote.
Okay. And we see. Yeah, we can see it.
I think things are working now. Yeah. Okay. Let's see. That you are screen sharing.
We can see everything. That's good.
Okay. Good. I put a nice little QR on my right side of my screen to give the slides same as this. But on the right side of my screen is all the pictures of people.
Yeah, you can drag it, or you can even hide.
Well, what I can do probably is move it to the left side of my screen somehow. Oopsie. Wrong.
But we see the QR code. It's only for you.
No. Oh, I hope it's not private. I hope you can get in and get my. So there is the QR code. And I put it up fully. It worked for me, of course, but I hope normally it's not a problem. If I put up a QR code to my Dropbox and it's public, it's public. And I have both a PowerPoint and a PDF set of slides there. It'd be great if somebody would test. It is the same as this slide location, tiny URL, Agile Slides Gilb. Agile Tools Gilb. Would somebody test that?
Having a look at it. But I guess you can just try to make it bigger.
It
just in case.
works. I have tried. It opens Dropbox and with two sets, one PDF and one PowerPoint slide.
Yeah, I see. You also comment someone else tried and it works. That's good.
Okay. So anybody who wants has my slides.
Nice.
Great.
And yeah, we don't know the video look. There will be a video of the whole 8 hours. Yes, no?
Will be.
Fantastic.
Yeah, we now started recording. Later we'll share.
Okay, but we don't know the location yet. That's
No. Yeah, later I will just share.
Danius, the question about the full-length video, did you check whether Zoom can handle this 8 hours?
We will check it. He will render it and we will download it later because we anyway we need to upload to YouTube.
We have limited storage there, so I believe it can be only partly loaded and recorded.
Okay, maybe only partly, right.
We can
I wonder how many hours that is in practice. I know in London we've done 3 and 4 hours, but not necessarily with Zoom.
Yeah, but it depends, I guess, on pricing of the Zoom. So
in London, it wasn't Zoom.
I can record it independently on other softwares just in case.
If you can try that.
Did you say you're going to record it in full on some independent means?
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah, that's good.
So at least we recorded and we worry about presentation later.
Great, Iris. Okay, how many we have connected?
Yeah, how many do we have connected?
We have 18.
18, okay.
Registered was about 60. They maybe still coming. We'll see. I don't know. I think maybe we should start already.
Yep.
Okay, so good morning, everyone. It's still morning, I think. So my name is Danius. I'm a board member of Agile Lithuania Association. We also, I see, we have our president of Agile Lithuania.
Hi.
And,
Our president went out.
Yeah, so we also want to learn something more because Tom is sharing pretty new things which we maybe never tried before or tried, but we want to learn how to do it in a better way. So I want to also mention in the beginning, if you like what we do, you should also check our upcoming events because we have 2 days online event which Agile Lithuania organizing. It's called Agile Tour Vilnius. It will take place on October 28-29. So check more details on our social networks. You'll find everything. And just to getting back to our session with our workshop, it's called today Agile Tools, practical methods to help you deliver stakeholder value rapidly and predictably. So all this huge topic is shared by Tom Gilb, the grandfather of Agile, he is called. And also he is credited as the inventor of EVO, Evolutionary Value Delivery, by Jeff Sutherland. He has been practicing Agile and publishing about it since 1960 with such books as Software Metrics and Principle of Software Engineering Management, and there are much more. I think Tom will show some books what he publish it and share because I like from previous session what we had with him. He shared a lot of books also with us. So I'm giving stage to you, Tom.
Thank you, Danius. Okay, welcome everybody, early risers. Hope some people are going to join us as we go. It was said that we're not sure if Zoom will record 8 hours, but one of the guys is going to record the whole session. So if you have to opt out at some point, maybe you can pick up the rest or start from the beginning, whatever you like. I'm a great believer when I do my live courses to have at least 10 minutes break every hour. And we're going to need it today. So I've actually set alarms at 10 minutes to the hour, every hour. And I will certainly stop the lecturing itself, but I might talk with people informally or something like that, okay? But 10 minutes to every hour on the hour, a break from the lectures with maybe a possibility to have some questions, answers, discussion, but you can go and take a break. As you see, if you put your camera towards the scan me sign, you can get all the slides now or later, and the actual URL is here, tiny URL, Agile Tools, Gilb, should almost be possible to mention. There is a PDF copy, and I just put a PowerPoint copy in the folder there. If there are any major updates, sometimes like last time I held a lecture here, I did some workshops and we wrote some stuff and I put it on these slides. If there are any additional things I put in or do, I will put it at this site. It's a folder. Okay, next, here is one of several free books I'm going to give you. It's called Value Agile. And you can share it with anybody. And it is mainly a serious analysis of the Agile Manifesto and my alternative ideas. And there are other books that go more deeply into the tools, the practical tools we're going to talk about today. Here are, I got an awful lot of LinkedIn requests this morning. I suspect somebody may have been reading my LinkedIn down there, but that's great. And LinkedIn and Twitter is where I announce whenever I have a new book or paper or set of slides. I don't waste your time by advertising anything or telling you I got a new certificate. I just try to contribute knowledge. Okay. Thanks very much to Agile de Kaunas in Latvia for hosting this and making it available internationally. So there was one question, Danius. You mentioned something in October for Agile. Is this in Lithuanian or in English, and is it open for outsiders?
Yeah, this is open, is online, and it will be, I think, as I know, mainly in English. Maybe will be some maybe tracks in Lithuanian, but I think everything will be in English. So, and it's big, a huge event. Yeah, so.
Okay, well then, if you send me an email, I will put it in this folder. So one way for people to get it, okay?
Okay, yeah, definitely.
It'd be nice, and maybe try to attend myself as best I can. So,
okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let's see. Anything else on the first slide? Well, so Agile Tools means that if I take a look at my methods, my planning language, my EVO method for Agile, and I start counting the number of distinct ideas for how to do things, and I call these tools, then I easily get a number like 100 tools. In fact, I have a book which I call 100 Practical Planning Principles, and another one called Technoscopes, and another one called Value Planning, and they all have 100 sections. So I know I have at least 100 tools to share with you, and some of these tools have subtools. So there may indeed be far more than 100, but it's not one tool or two tools. We're definitely talking about 100 tools, and probably today I will get through 40 or 50 of the tools. The tool idea means that for the most part, you can pick up the tool or idea and just use it almost independently of the other tools. Okay, you don't have to buy into all the tools at once and change your religion. You know, you can happily go along there with SAFe or Scrum and maybe add one tool. And if you like it and it works for you, maybe add a second tool and sort of gradually see if they work for you. So the tools are absolutely free, no license, no certification. You can share them with anybody. You can take the tools and build them into your methods, which you sell to other people, for example, as a consultant or method maker or anything you like. Let's see. Okay, I think we yes. Notice my email down there. During the course or especially after, if you have any questions, don't be shy. Send me an email and ask the question. And sometimes some of you have something you'd like to share with me, like a paper you've written or slides or ideas. And I'm really quite happy to look at it and answer your questions and think about your ideas and things like that. My website, gilb.com, well, you go there, lots and lots of mainly free materials, but some for sale, books and videos, courses and things like that. But about 80–90% free materials at gilb.com. Okay, that's the there, and just a moment. It's always the first slide is the problem for some strange reason when we're doing Keynote. There we go. Okay, so this is Agile Group, and I made a slide to show what I call my Agile credibility. Danius mentioned I have some grandfather titles. I wrote this book in 1988, Principles of Software Engineering Management. Unfortunately, I don't have a digital copy I can just give you because this is almost before digital age. We have some badly scanned things. I have a chapter 15 I can give people on history of Agile. If anybody requests the chapter 15, I'll send them that if you're interested in the history of Agile long before 1988. But a lot of the guys who signed the manifesto specifically referred to the fact they had read this book. This book came out, after all, 12 years earlier, and they were influenced by it. There's full of Agile. And so that's, in simple terms, how I became the grandfather. But what am I grandfather of? Not of Scrum and not of SAFe. I'll make a long story short. I have been fighting and lecturing against the forms of Agile that have come out since the manifesto because they're missing one really important thing that I was talking about from the earliest days, and that is the idea that we don't just do short cycles of delivery. That's the big idea common to all forms of Agile. We don't do big bang after 3 years or 5 years. We do cycles every 2 weeks or something like that. But I very, very specifically said the major point is not to do short cycles, but to deliver value to stakeholders, to deliver measurable values to stakeholders. And I've been as clear as possible about that in, let's say hundreds of pages, examples. But for some reason, my good friends, the Agile Manifesto writers, didn't bake that into their ideas. They were, in my view, is they were all programmers at heart, and chunks of writing code was what they wanted to do every 2 weeks. And essentially, that's what they've done. If we take a little peek to something even earlier, here's my software metrics book from 1976, US edition 77. Here's a quotation which I'm quite proud of today. which essentially defines Agile in 1976. A complex system, and of course, if the system is incredibly simple and small, who needs any method, just code it or something, will be most successful, and by successful I mean making people happy who are funding the project, if it is implemented in small steps. And remember, at that time, this was quite a revolutionary idea. Everything was big bang. Even the US military standards were very specifically big bang. This was a revolutionary, crazy idea to do it in small steps. And if each step has a clear measure of successful achievement, okay, that's my value delivery. And I'm going to talk a lot about that today, and I do that every chance I get. And one day, maybe all Agile will be focused on the successful achievement, not the small steps. It's better to have successful achievement, even if you only get it after 3 years, than to have a lot of small steps, but to have a total failure. So even Jeff Sutherland happily says, Scrum is twice as good as everything else because it only has 20% total failure rate. Okay, so what is the point of having small steps if you get a failure at the end? Okay, so the small steps are really, and this is the core of the idea of the word Agile, the small steps are just an early chance to fix things when you're not delivering, when it's going wrong, when it's costing too much, okay? The main point is not the steps, it's not the, it is the delivery of value is the main point, and the subsidiary tactic for delivering value is to discover measurably early that you're failing to deliver the value. Okay? And then do something about it. That's the Agile part, the do something about it. Okay? And continuing my sentence quite proudly, as well as a retreat possibility to a previous successful step upon failure. In other words, you're ratcheting the values in as you accumulate them. And if you take a step that's a failure, your failure is limited to that step, those 2 weeks. And you pull it out, and you're back to where you were, which is a successful level. This mechanism is fantastic because it means you cannot fail on a large scale, okay? And we have an awful lot of large projects that fail on a large scale because they do not understand this simple idea of accumulating success, ratcheting it in, that means locking it in, and then worst possible case is one small step fails and not the whole system. So that's the idea. And imagine if Agile people really got that idea. What I find in practice, to take an example, is, for example, large Norwegian health and social security projects called NAV and ASCOM. They go on for many years, between 5 and 8 years. They spend billions of dollars, and then they fail so badly they become a national scandal, and the ministers are fired, and the IT people are fired, and then they start again. And Norwegian Social Security has started again, and they've hired a very brilliant guy who believes in XP, extreme programming, and he is doing brilliant installation of extreme programming, which is much better software Agile than they ever had. However, they still don't have a program to deliver value to the Social Security clients and organization in Norway every 2 weeks. They're delivering code, which doesn't necessarily mean delivering any specific value to the Social Security. So again, they're going to fail again to deliver what they promised, but they will have done XP instead of Scrum, and they will have delivered lots of code without bugs and with correct functionality. But there's a big difference between delivering value to stakeholders and delivering code. Okay, and Agile people don't seem to get it. Even the high priests of it are really not conscious enough to discuss it in public and do much about it. My Agile practice, well, I go back to 1960, where I got my first consultancy job. I left IBM after a couple of years there. And long story short, looking back, I architected a new system, and I delivered it in about 20 steps. Each step improved the value for the client. That is, it really gave them things that went better and faster. And I removed the old system about 1/20th of a time every step and put in my new stuff. And after 20 steps, all my 20 new steps were in and the old system was gone. And looking back, that was Agile as it should be. And it was a stable system. It worked very well. We didn't even have one of those steps that failed in any way that, because one of the advantages of small steps is you're less likely to fail because it's a more visible, simple thing you're installing. So I rate my Agile practice to 1960 at Doblau in Oslo, my first consultancy job. And where did I learn Agile and how did I get certified? And the answer is, I just used my common sense. When you're dealing with totally new technology that had never even entered the country before, and you have not even been trained in it yourself, because nobody there to train it, then you take very cautious, small steps. It's sort of like walking in the dark. I don't know, I crossed my hands in front of me in case I hit a tree or something like that, and walk slowly and things like that. So one step at a time. So enough now. We've practiced Agile at a large number of organizations. The most interesting single one was probably Hewlett-Packard, which spread Evo corporate-wide, and they wrote quite a lot of papers in Hewlett-Packard Journal, which I have copies of, if anybody's interested. Almost every company I name, I have case studies, which you'll either find in the references at the end of these slides. There's about 5 pages of references, or on our website, or you can ask me and say, I'm very interested in what you did at Siemens, Tom, and I can't find it. So send me the stuff there. But these represent sometimes major corporations with major well-documented spread of the ideas. So I've been very successful in some corporations, but I've been very unsuccessful in spreading the idea to the larger community. Let's just say whatever I've done is less than 1% or of everybody who should be doing Agile properly. But the thing about some of these corporations is, if you look at them, they're very successful engineering corporations. And my methods, to put a name on it, see my book title, Software Engineering Management. And by software engineering, I don't mean programming, as many people meant in the early days. I mean really using engineering technology to solve complex and large problems. So in other words, what I'm going to teach today is a form of software engineering or systems engineering, because I think we need to, even with software, we need to recognize we have databases and hardware and people and organizations. So we have systems engineering. We have to deal with the entire system. But some of my best early adopters were quite clearly people who had engineering degrees, all 100,000 of them. And therefore they appreciated the ideas, they liked the ideas, and they implemented them very well. Okay, now books with clear Agile content. Well, Software Metrics, there's the quote down there. It doesn't say Agile anywhere in the book. We didn't use the term until the Agile Manifesto came along and they found a compromise word. But before that, we had other terms like Evo and Spiral, some of you will know, and other terms. Competitive engineering book, and I'm going to offer you a free copy, a digital copy always, of course. If you want a paper, you have to pay for it, of the book. Actually is a book filled with standards, meaning rules, defined processes, defined terms, etc., for implementing my ideas. And then it's the Kai's Evo book, there it is very focused on the Evo delivery. In 2014 to 2019, I wrote Value Planning, and it's a scary book because it's just under 800 pages, but I just let myself loose. I said, I'm just going to write as detailed as I can, so if I die, all my knowledge is in the book. So if anybody wants the most detailed version of all of this, it is the Value Planning book, okay? It's for sale at a very modest price, but if somebody says, I'm a poor student, but I promise to study it, you'll get a free copy by request from me. Okay, then here are 5 books I wrote in 2018. They are for sale at the website. Again, poor students can request free copies, no problem, just happy to get it in the hands of people who read it. And then in 2019, I wrote the Value series, and these are all free now. So value requirements, value design, value management, value agile, that's the one, and then sustainability planning. So there's a place to go. And then guess what I did this summer? I wrote 6 new books, all of which are free. And I've generally put them on LinkedIn and Twitter, and you will find them in the free links at the end in the references of these slides, okay? So, and I won't, so anyway, lots and lots of free literature. Some people remember the past and research it, and so Gartner Group is one of them, and I was quite happy to find the evolutionary value delivery at the root of all these agile methods. So this is another clear claim to being some kind of root or grandfather of the method. A few years ago, a bank board of directors in UK this one. Solveig. My wife in the background taking a call, not aware she could be heard here. Anyway, okay. And the bank had made, a board of directors had made a very dramatic assertion. They said, we're not going to merely do agile with the IT people. The whole bank is going to go agile. And actually, they didn't know what they were saying. It just sounded good, and they thought it was a simple idea that it'd make them look good. But anyway, they invited Kai and me to come and spend a day with the board of directors, which we did. And I wrote this definition of Agile, which I've liked so much, I pulled it out again here. So let's take a look at defining Agile. Agile is, that is the Agile process, the Agile method, any set of tactics, in other words, any tools that enable a prioritized, a word we need to get back to, stream, this means value stream, of useful results for real stakeholders in spite of a changing environment. In other words, the environment changes, the users, customers, stakeholders change, they change their minds about what they want, the technology is changing, and in spite of that, we make no excuses, we have a stream of good value for some of these. Prioritize means we can't do everything and we can't do everything at once, but we do select on some basis, and the best basis is usually that which gives most value to the most critical or most valuable stakeholders at the lowest cost. And I would even add, and we're going to talk about it today, at the lowest risk, in other words, with control of uncertainty and risk, which is part of controlling this changing environment. Anyway, that's my definition of Agile when I talk about Agile. And now what I tried to teach the bank was that this focus on we're going to be Agile and do Agile is the wrong level of focus. It's a bad idea. And that indeed may be the focus of who you work with and who you are. Now, using Agile tactics that work, in other words, the tools, that's a good idea, but the focus should be on the results, no matter what. No matter if you don't use anything Agile, no matter if you don't use any Gilb tools or anything like that. It is the results that are the whole point of your projects. It's why you're being funded. It's what people expect. And I'm just amazed that we don't spend more time and effort talking about that and doing something about that. Okay, so Agile processes are just a means, a way, a method to improve the results, okay? And hopefully a consequence of using good Agile processes as opposed to bad Agile processes, good Agile tools, which I'll try and teach anyway, they will help you deliver the results faster, better, lower cost, and that's the main point, and that's what we should be judged on. We should not be judged on how we do Agile. We should be judged on how Agile or any other methods help us to deliver results. Got it? So here's the framework for today, about 8 parts. I'm never quite sure how far along I'll get or how much I have to skip. I've probably got too much, enough for several days of courses, but you'll have more than enough by the end of 8 hours. And the slides are intentionally over-designed with text in the sense that when you've forgotten everything because it was too much, you can go back and there's enough text on the slide to explain what it's doing. I'm not dependent on remembering what I said or having heard what I said. And so you can go back and study the slides as though they were a book, okay? So, and slides I don't have time to go through or I have to skip in other ways. Again, they'll be there for you to study and to share with your colleagues and to reuse, if you like, in your own presentations, whatever you like. But so the main content of the tools are analysis tools. In other words, how do we understand stakeholders and their values? And the second level of tools is design and architecture tools. How do we find the technology that will deliver the value that we've analyzed that the stakeholders want? Okay. So the last book I wrote this summer was about enterprise architecture. Again, you'll find it's a free book if you're interested in enterprise architecture. And it's called SEA, for Systems Enterprise Architecture. I'll be showing you those ideas. And then the third idea is the project management and quality assurance set of tools. So project management is this agile cycle of delivery, and quality assurance is things that I wrote a book years ago called Software Inspection with Dorothy Graham. And it's a kind of very engineering-like review and has been used by, for example, Hewlett-Packard, Ericsson, and Intel very well. But it's a way of quality controlling and quality assuring the everything we do, code, test cases of any kind, up to requirements, design, contracts, and everything else. So that's the main agenda, and I hope I spend most of my 8 hours in here. But I have added a few little things towards the end that we'll see what happens when we get towards the end. but I'll mention them here. How do you actually move towards the tools? And actually, here's a hint. It's not a matter of you adopt the whole framework, okay? You can absolutely take an agile transition step by step towards the tools I put here, and you can add them into any framework you use today, whether it be an agile framework or non-agile framework. You can add these tools in directly. Often they don't replace anything. They're just missing in what you have. You plug the, in fact, you think about it, most of the agile methods are billed as frameworks, meaning you're supposed to plug stuff in. So think about, if you want to take this at a very non-confrontational level, this is the list of things to plug into your agile frameworks. And so up to you to decide that. Point 6 will give an overview of the whole framework of language, Evo, and spec quality control. Point 7 will take a look at the what I call poor agile tools. In other words, we'll criticize specific agile tools and why I think they're not good. I'll simplify this. Almost all of these tools are poor tools because they do not take the trouble to define the value requirement of the stakeholders. And the moment you don't do that, you cannot hope to deliver the value to the stakeholder, which is the most important thing. Okay, that's simple summary of point 7. But I do that in detail, method by method. You could even, anytime today, skip ahead and take a peek at that. But this is very confrontational. I'm really attacking some of your favorite tools there. And number 8, evaluating agile tools. How can we decide which agile tools are the best ones for us? And in other words, there is a method for doing that, but it's a fairly simple idea. You must quantify your requirements or objectives, okay? And then you pull in any agile tool and say, how well does that tool satisfy my objectives? And the tool that best satisfies your objectives is your tool. It's pretty simple idea. So that's all there in the slides. But this is the overview. So let's move on. So part 1 is just really defining what we're all about. And I make it really, really simple. My methods are about quickly changing. Now, a synonym for that is being agile, okay? Quickly changing, responding to the need for change. If necessary, we don't change if everything's successful. We just keep on going. And the reason we quickly change is to be able to meet goals, okay? If we don't quickly change, and we're going the wrong way, we will not meet the goals. So if you like, this is just another definition of agile. Let's see. Now, as the book title says, value agile. In other words, not user story implementation agile or something like that. The primary word is delivery of value. Now, value, we'll get deeply into it, but let me say right away, many people, when you say the word value, they assume you're talking about money value. But I'm talking about the non-financial values as well. And let me give a list of some non-financial values. There's an old joke about the mafia offer: your money or your life. What do you choose? Okay, so value, probably life for most people. Let's take some technical values for IT systems: security, personal data protection, user friendliness, low technical debt. These are called qualities, but they are typical value, which is non-financial. which we're very interested in, and our users are very interested in, almost more than money. Okay, I'm not saying money is gone. It's just not the primary idea when we talk about value. It's whatever the stakeholders decide they value. It's not our choice, it's their choice. These are the people essentially paying for the project at some level. Okay, so Value Agile simply says our primary focus is delivery of value. And let me be extreme here. Even if for an IT system, we write no code, we deliver no code. Okay, so it's not about programming and coding. If the best way to deliver value is something else, like motivating people, reorganizing people, doing something very smart with the database, having more servers installed, if that's the way to deliver the value, that's what we do. Okay, we got to get away from what I call the code-centric view of Agile, which is so dominant. Maybe we just simply need to separate between programming Agile, code Agile, and business Agile. Okay, I listened to a lecture last night from the Business Agile Institute, which clearly has decided to operate at that level of Agile. So Agile can operate at any and all levels, as already pointed out. I'm interested in the IT Agile, but not as a coding discipline. I would even go as far as saying we should avoid coding at all costs. Okay, let's see. What do we want to do here? This is who these 8 hours are for. Who am I trying to present to? And the first answer is not for Agile programmers. Okay, these are for system developers using an Agile method, and these are for people who want successful and sustainable systems. If you like, low technical debt is a very simple definition of sustainable systems. We don't feel we have to replace them because the technical debt is too high. So it's sustainable in that sense. Okay, and successful means it keeps on delivering value. So that's who this is for. I certainly want to address what I call idealists, people who want to do good for society. Good in their IT and maybe good at a different level of using these methods for other things than IT. That's what I do when I write a book like Sustainability Planning for the United Nations Goals for End Poverty and End Hunger and things like that. Again, main idea, hope it's not getting tiring, by really delivering value to stakeholders. Notice when I say stakeholders, I'm not saying users and customers. Remember, one of the primary definitions in the Agile Manifesto, it refers to delivering working software to users and customers. And I think that users and customers is fine if you have a small project or system, which is maybe where Agile was born. But the moment you're doing a Norwegian national social security or health system, it's no longer about customers. It's a government system. Nobody's buying it. There are certainly lots and lots of users, but there are an awful lot of stakeholders who are not users and not any sort of customer. So large systems immediately need to embrace the stakeholder idea. And we're going to do that in some detail today, so we'll get back to it. But let me make that point. I'm leaving users and customers as a subset of what we have to address, but there are far more than that. Take a very simple example. One stakeholder, which is causing great problems here in Norway, is the GDPR, the European Union privacy laws. And Norway tried to install an app for the COVID thing, which didn't take into consideration the privacy laws. And they thought, well, you know, saving lives in COVID times is so much more important than privacy. But the scandal was so large, got to the parliament, and finally the whole IT system was thrown away and disbanded and in disgrace. And they forgot the stakeholder called GDPR was in fact more powerful than the IT people at Simula in Norway who built it were thinking. The IT people just didn't respect the law or privacy, but the parliament and the public and a lot of my IT friends fought to get COVID tools or apps which did in fact respect privacy. That's an example of an interesting stakeholder is a law. The moment you hear the word stakeholder, you're probably thinking of people and people types, but things that are not people are stakeholders. Now, stakeholder means actually has a requirement. So anything that in fact leads to a requirement for your system is a stakeholder, even if it is not a person. And GDPR laws is a perfectly good, simple example of that until we look at this in more detail today. Here's the next condition for you bothering to be here. Are you prepared to work hard and long to influence people? In other words, to fight the good fight, maybe for 10 or 20 years of your career. Some of my favorite people, like Eric Simmons at Intel, spent 20 years installing my methods at Intel until he had trained about 3,000 people a year, well over 20,000 people. Okay, are you prepared to do that just within your corporation, if it's a large corporation, or within your government area or something like that? And the people you're going to have to influence prefer simple methods. Everybody likes simple. I love simple. I may seem to be complex, but I love simplicity, and I've written several papers on it if you're interested in the subject. I hate complexity and unnecessary bureaucracy. But there's a famous saying that things should be as simple as possible, but no simpler, right? That's on page 17 of my Principles of Software Engineering Management book. So, so everybody prefers simple, but unfortunately, if say, take an example, Scrum has a 20% total failure rate, and 20% as good as it is compared to other methods, which are at 40% and 50% failure rate, is far too much. It's ridiculous. What about less than 1% failure rate, just as a starting goal? The idea of, for decades, tolerating 20% or 40% failure rates year after year, your methods are too simple. They're inadequate. They're not powerful enough to prevent this. It's completely unnecessary. We know, and I will present them, methods for not failing. They are in fact almost as simple as I was talking about earlier. The idea of do it in small steps, deliver the success, ratchet it in, you know, capture it, increment it, and then if you get a failure, it's a little failure, delete it, fix it, move on. I mean, that in essence is the key idea for never failing on a large scale. It's built into Agile, that possibility, but we're not using it. We just continue producing more bug-free code, and we think we're solving the problem, okay? So, so we have a culture where people have preferred the 2-day certification, product owner, stand-up meetings, and all these ritualistic things, but they obviously are not good enough for bringing us to less than 1% failure rate. So we prefer simple, but we cannot prefer too simple. We've got to be complex enough to succeed, but maybe not more complex than that. Okay. If you take a look at, for example, good friend Jeff Sutherland, what's he selling? And in simple terms, he's so proud when everything goes 6 times faster. Okay. But if you are delivering the wrong thing, the wrong value to the wrong stakeholders, what's the point of delivering the wrong stuff 6 times faster? That's ridiculous. If you're delivering the right stuff, the valuable stuff to the right people, then speed is interesting. Okay, velocity is interesting. 6 times faster is great. But too often we're focused on the speed, and it really means speed of churning out code, let's be honest, okay? But we're also, at the same time, we admit these very high failure rates for Agile overall. You know, it's up in the 50% corner. And, but we're very proud of the speed at which we do it, okay? By the way, my 10-minute to the hour rang, and so I'm going to stop the lecturing there until the hour. However, I will be open to discussion or questions if anybody wants to talk with me during that period, if I don't decide to take a break myself. Okay? So lecture is stopped until the hour for another 9 minutes. Is anybody out there have a microphone on and wants to talk with me? I can't hear anybody. Maybe everybody went back to sleep.
Yeah, we're still here.
Hi. Yes, good. Hi. Whose picture am I looking at?
Leo. And
right.
I can share myself.
Right.
But I would like to have a discussion here on this 6 times faster and 40% failure, as you mentioned, Shetland here. But I think they are also teaching that you should look for value for the customer, and they say that you need to be customer-centric. And after that, you need to move faster when you are delivering great value.
Right.
Isn't it so?
Yes, okay. So yes, very many methods, including the methods I criticize in part 7, I think it is, you know, they say value delivery, okay? Everybody says it. Nobody would say we should deliver not value. Nobody would say anything so silly, right? They say value, okay? Now, if I go a little bit deeper and I say, what do they mean by value? Sometimes I get the interpretation, which is straight out of the Agile Manifesto, working software. In other words, they assume that if the software is delivered with the user stories or use cases satisfied and no bugs, right? That is the value they are talking about. Okay. Now, the fact that the Social Security recipient doesn't feel that this is value, they don't care. They don't ask what the Social Security recipient wants, who's the stakeholder here, what is valuable for them, okay? In other words, this is what I call a programmer-centric view of the world, that I'm a programmer, I do valuable stuff, my stuff has been, is in the requirements, it's in the user stories and use cases and functional requirements, therefore it is valuable, therefore when I deliver code, I'm delivering value, and that's the end of it. Okay, in other words, I'll make a long story short there. They are not really looking at real stakeholder or customer or user value at all. They're making the assumption that code without bugs and good function is value. This is a false, silly, easily proven wrong assumption. Okay, that's my first reply. Now, the other thing I do, there's this Agile situation where you trace back value and you find just code, okay? Coding practices. Look at XP, it's very code orientated. But the second is I look at some methods that talk about value. Let's take an example, the architectural methods like TOGAF and Zachman. They clearly speak about value, okay? But if you take a deeper look and say, show me a value idea. Show me in writing what you mean by value. And I'll make a long story short. you cannot find clear statements of value in any of these methods, any case studies on the web, anywhere, okay? It just says value or good stuff, or you should ask. But you can't actually trace back to a specific method for capturing the value idea, okay? Now I'm going to talk a lot about this today. These are my quantified value requirements, okay? When you see, for example, if you say we need higher security and that is our value, that sounds good, okay? But you say, well, wait a minute, what is security and how much higher do you want it and when do you want it? Okay, there is no answer. It's not defined. So the programmer starts work with this higher value idea, which has a million different interpretations, none of which are correct. Okay. In other words, so much of what people call value is at the bullshit level. The nice sounding words all over the place, everywhere. You see it every day. I'll show many examples in these lectures. Okay. So in other words, value, which is in fact undefined, which cannot be tested and measured by an IT person, right? That's not real value. That is management bullshit. Okay. Where, after all, at least where IT people are not management bullshitters. They are IT bullshitters, but they're not management bullshitters. So we are technical people. So I'll take an example. If I rewrite the security to 95% probability of capturing a hacker within 5 seconds, right? And I want that delivered by 1st of January. I now have a really clear security idea and I can test it, right? I can throw in 100 threats of hacking and see if 95 are caught within 5 seconds. And I can see if that happens by 1st of January this year. That's a non-bullshit value, okay? And so if I could just one thing achieve today, if I could get people to understand that they need requirements like that and not the bullshit, then we're all taking a really big step forward, okay? So value has to be, let's call it smart value, and with the M for measurable, right? It has to be, it cannot be the bullshit level. And yet, as often as not, it is the bullshit level, which remains, and the programmers, what do the programmers do? They ignore it, they write the functionality, they get the bugs out and say, here is your software. But they have not, in fact, prevented the hacker 95% of the time. They've not dealt with this value of security, which is very high. If you're trying to prevent a corporation from being taken down, like our gigantic Norsk Hydro was, and the hospitals were in England and things like that by hackers. You know, what does it help to have functionality if the hackers invaded your system and you can't use it at all? Okay, security is more important than functionality. It enables functionality to function. Okay, we have a, okay. Anyway, well, that was my long answer to your short question. So I'll shut up for a little bit. You know, more is fine. We have actually 3 more minutes before the break is ended.
Thanks. And one thing to mention about that health system you are referring in Norway. So we are exactly the same situation here in Lithuania. It was built for a very big amount of money and it was not functioning, and a lot of money was thrown into that software and it was still not functioning, and after something like 8-10 years it started functioning step by step, but still we have put there a lot of amount of money and everything here in Lithuania. So just bear that in mind, that we completely understand what you are talking.
Does this system have a name? I'd like to follow this up and learn more about it. Does it have a name? Like our Norwegian system is called Axon.
Okay, I'm thinking, I don't remember whether it has something like
you
that.
Feed it to me and maybe feed me some documentation.
SPBI in Lithuanian. Electronic health.
Electronic health, yeah.
I'll translate and write into chat.
Thank you very, yeah, good. Thank you very much. Good, yeah. And in fact, it would not surprise me that all countries in the world have a failed IT health system. And this is health. This is life and death. This is fighting COVID partly and things like that, right? Okay, great. So we will restart the lecturing, and there's another break coming up in 50 minutes. And it was a nice discussion we had on the idea of what is really value. Okay, but I'll be showing that more. Okay. Let me introduce you an old friend of mine. I had the privilege of knowing him personally for 10 years, from 83 when I went on a course he held in London to 93 when he died peacefully in his sleep, Dr. W. Edwards Deming. And I'm sure many of you have heard of him and maybe his plan, do, study, act cycle. Now, he wasn't looking at IT, he was looking at factories originally. In fact, originally it was American factories during the war to help the war effort. Later imported to the enemy, the Japanese, to help them build Toyota and Sony and things like that. So now he has a lot of lovely quotes. We'll start with the headline here: "Survival is not mandatory." These people doing bad Agile today, they will not survive. Their projects will not survive. Their organizations will not survive. It takes time before people realize that you are failing and wasting their money and time, and they fire you. But it's amazing how patient and tolerant people are at paying a lot of money for a long time for nothing. But in the long term, you cannot survive if you do not produce useful things for society. So, Deming said, people who will not listen to my ideas, like the large automobile manufacturers in the United States he was referring to, he said, that's okay, go out of business, I don't care. Survival is not required, okay? The people who do bad things can just die off. So I predict that everything we now know as Agile will be dead and shamed. It's already in the process, as some of you know, because it is not producing the goods. It's not satisfying society, okay? Now, taking one step down, for those who don't know, I wish I could get raising hands how many people know about Plan, Do, Study, Act, how many people know about Deming, but I can't easily do that. But let me guess, half of you know about it, half of you maybe not. So here's his famous Plan, Do, Study, sometimes called check, but he changed his mind and wanted to do study, act cycle. So this is, if you think about it, an Agile cycle, okay, of learning. And that's the important thing from our point of view. And he is doing this, he learned this cycle in the 1920s from his teacher, Walter Shewart, together with a fellow student, Dr. Duran, who is another quality control guru. But it's often called the Deming-Shewart cycle. But just to get it, this is just a little bit of history about Agile. And as a side note, just for fun, I used to take Dr. Deming to the ballet in London every year when he came to London to hold courses. So this is a strange relationship. I'm not the best student of his method, but I was the best guy with tickets to the ballet, and he and I loved to go and watch dance. So we've done a lot of research on Deming, and we actually found his 1950 speech to the Japanese. Dear me, Deming cycle, Deming pole.
Sorry, Tom, I have run this poll. You would like to know how many people recognize this Deming cycle.
Oh, yes, thank you.
So let's run it and see how many people knows that. Is it okay with you?
Yes, good. That would be interesting background. So I can use that method to get feedback about things, right? Good, but I should just continue talking for the moment, right?
Yeah, you can continue talking and we will have results and we'll share them.
Great. So, so here's just a historical artifact that we can see already in the 1950, Deming is teaching the Japanese the future Toyota with Lean and Sony successful businesses, his ideas. And again, it's an agile cycle, is a simple way of saying it. But it's not for software, right? This is 1950. I'm only 10 years old at the time, by the way. And Deming is 50 years old. Aha! My guess was correct. About half the people know the Deming cycle. I'm very proud of myself for making a correct guess. Okay, thank you. So even the half who know it might be interested in what I'm going to show, because it's going deeper than usual. Here's a link to his lecture. If you like, this is very early Agile, is a way of thinking about it. So here's another historical thing. Here is the Deming cycle. Here's the 1950 thing I showed you. Here's the stuff from 1939, before the war, even the Shewhart cycle. And then here is going back to Galileo and Francis Bacon, 1620, 1610. Okay, so where do the roots of Agile go back to? And look at the title here, Scientific Method. Scientific Method. So now, Agile with cycles is a scientific method if you are measuring on every cycle. If you are really not measuring, you're just saying the code was written, then it is no longer a scientific method. Scientific means you are measuring and learning and changing, and that's the essence of the idea. Okay, so here we are, Japanese, picking up the ideas and doing it Ishikawa, total quality control, etc. Okay. Okay. So and more detail at the link down below there. So let me introduce the Gilb cycle, which is absolutely our Evo cycle, though we prefer to call it a value delivery cycle or value planning cycle. But it's also the Evo cycle. So let me run you around. We can start here. I didn't say we do always start here. Stakeholders. So this is stakeholder identification, and this now follows the lectures I'm going to hold today. Who are our stakeholders? And for the large projects, we're looking at probably minimum 30 to 50 stakeholders. For extremely large projects, like a national health system in a small country, maybe several hundred stakeholders. This doesn't mean several hundred people. It means several hundred types of stakeholder. Like one stakeholder may be a nurse, but there may be 10,000 nurses behind that one stakeholder. You got it? Okay. Now, the stakeholders are defined as those who can tell you what the stake they hold, the requirement they hold. So we have another word we prefer to use for this, values. That's the nicest, best word we found. About 10 years ago, you'd find me talking mainly about qualities. And a major portion of the values are qualities, reliability, usability, security, but some values are not qualities. So the important thing is that they are things that stakeholders have said, we value, we want. We will pay a certain amount to get. So the whole point of stakeholders is to have a source for discovering the values. Now, we have another more ancient name for all of this, requirements. Requirements, okay? So values is just a way of emphasizing we're not so interested in the functional requirements. That's traditional IT of the and then we're interested in the non-functional requirements, which is a terrible term. I hate it, but I'll use it. Because many people, instead of saying qualities, they say non-functional requirements. But if you're talking about qualities, say qualities. Saying non-functional is kind of silly way of, immature way of tackling it. Say what it really is, don't say what it is not. Now, why do we want requirements? Well, we all know that we need requirements in order to find the designs, the architecture, managers would say the strategies. A very nice general word is solutions. We use that a lot. But these are the technical things that we are going to do. Some of them we will program. Some of them we will not program, okay? So we don't program a value. We don't program a stakeholder, but we definitely program some solutions. If we decide to have a solution for security as encryption, then the encryption will be programmed at some level, okay? And that's our technical solution, okay? So solutions are partly done by programmers and partly done by non-programmers, okay? Now, a problem about a solution is it can be too big for Agile. It can take 3 years to install it in a whole country, okay? And then we're back to Big Bang. Oh, we have to wait 3 years to get the health system up and running. And Agile, we say, no. We're going to do it in small increments every week, every 2 weeks. So to do that, we require a process I call decomposition. This is directly derived from the French word and René Descartes decomposition, which is an ancient scientific paradigm, decomposition. And we'll probably have some slides on René Descartes coming up. But so decomposition means dividing it up so that I can do a little bit at a time. So I can do a sprint, what we prefer to call a value step delivery, or EVO step, or something like that, okay? Now, we found an interesting thing. Almost all technical solutions, let's just say 99%, not 100%, can be decomposed so that we can deliver them in 1 week or 2 week sprints, okay? 1% cannot be decomposed. We have a technical solution coming up I'll talk about later called the back room, which we used at Philips in Holland to solve the problem of what do you do when it really can't be decomposed. So we'll get back to that later, but a lot of people are in denial about decomposition. That is, they say, this technology cannot be decomposed. It's all or nothing, and it will take 3 years. And time again, and I have many case studies about this in my books, I undertake same day, same hour, to find a way to decompose so that we have small steps. And I always win my bet. I always can, 99% of the time, find a way of decomposing when other people who are experts in this area say it cannot be done. So there's a little magic trick I'd like to teach you, how to decompose big things into small, agile steps. And I have 20 principles and a whole lot of technology, which we'll be talking about today, how to do this, okay? So that's a big art that needs to be taught. How do you decompose when all around you say it cannot be done? And I can make a bet and win my bet 99% of the time, which is pretty good odds. Now, once we've decomposed it and we have agile step size solution, sub-solutions we can call them, we can develop. That is, we can write code if we write code, or do something else if it's not a code situation. That we call development. When we have developed, if you like, when the software is releasable and can be gone live, we can deliver. Deliver means activate it in the real system, okay? Make it go live. Now, the moment you make it go live in a real health system or social security system, it means that the users and stakeholders can potentially get benefits, okay? Because you write the code is not enough. Because you plan is not enough. You have to activate it so they can get benefit from it. And now the moment they can get benefit from it, you can take the next step, which is to measure, did we really get benefit? How much benefit did we get? Or did it even go negative and get worse? That's the measuring state. Now we're doing science. Now we're doing Francis Bacon and Galileo and these scientific ideas, okay? We're not saying, aha, the code was delivered, it has the right functions and no bugs. That's this, okay? We're saying, did the stakeholder get the value increment? Did they get more security, more user friendliness, more flexibility, more whatever they want, okay? Now, if you measure, you can then learn. Learn means, aha, it worked. This solution or its subcomponent, when we developed it and delivered it, it worked. We wanted 10% more security, we got 10% more security. This is a successful technology implemented in a successful way. You can have a good technology badly implemented. They've misunderstood, for example, the solution specification. And you can have a bad technology which somehow gets implemented successfully, almost a miracle of coincidence. Anyway, now if you measure that it should have delivered 20% more and you learn it delivered 5% more, then you have learned it's not as good as you expected it to be, okay? And that's when, so the experiment has succeeded. This is an experimental cycle, but it's real in my world, as real as possible with real users. So the experiment was a success in proving that the solution, or at least its implementation, was a partial failure. It only was 5%, not 20% of what you wanted. So you're now learning, and you can go back and analyze, was it the delivery and the handover which was bad? For example, did we hand over the right software but fail to train the people or motivate them? That's a failure in delivery. Was the coding and development wrong maybe because the solution was written down in an ambiguous and unclear way, but it was in fact the coding wrong? Or we could even look at, was the decomposition wrong? Let's forget that for the moment. But another possibility, the solution itself, no matter how well done, was a solution which was never going to give you more than 5%. Therefore, wrong solution. You need better solutions, okay? So, learn. Now, by the way, the next step here is what seems to be the beginning, stakeholders. And you can go back to the stakeholders and say, well, okay, we delivered this and you got 5% more security. How do you feel about that? Now, what if they said, that's fine, that's all we need? You say, but we thought you wanted 20% more. I said, no, we're perfectly happy. You could actually change the requirements at that point to say, okay, 5% was the real goal. Forget that. Why spend time developing more when our stakeholders tell us they don't really need it and they don't really want it? They would prefer that our resources were used for other things, okay? So going back to the stakeholders in several senses is an interesting idea. And then you basically, here we maybe reset the value to only 5%, and that means we're going to focus our attention on other things than this 20% security that nobody really wanted, okay? Now this cycle continues, and this is the famous Agile question, when is the Agile project done? Okay, and the normal Agile answer is, when the burn down chart says we've done all our functions or use cases or user stories or whatever we've used, when we've done all the work that's put on the table is done. But I say, no, you are done when you measure that all the planned values are delivered. If you planned 20% increase in security, then you're not done until you've delivered 20% security. Got it? So it's this numeric level of value that decides when you are done with that value. And if you have 10 values, all 10 must reach their goal levels on time, and then you are done. So new definition of done concept. Done means delivered the required values to the stakeholders as agreed in your requirement specification. Got it? New definition of done. This definition is enabled if we quantify the values. If you don't know how to quantify values, you cannot have that definition of done. Then you can just say, well, I delivered the functionality in the code. I have no bugs. I'm done. I'm a programmer. But you haven't impressed any stakeholders. Now, before I leave this cycle, I'd like to make another point. When I was looking at Deming's cycle, I got an interesting two interesting questions in my mind. One was, does the cycle really begin at this level at stakeholders? Okay. And the answer is, if you have a very long cycle, like it takes 5 years, then you probably should begin here. You might theoretically begin here learning about the old system, by the way, and measuring the old system. But in theory, you begin collecting requirements in Big Bang Waterfall, and then you do architecture and design in Big Bang Waterfall. And then you develop and deliver Big Bang Waterfall. Okay. So the question was, do we really have to begin here? And I guessed the answer, and Dr. Deming on my first course in 1983 in London, with 600 people attending and paying for the course in London, I said, my theory is that if the cycle is very short, like a week or a month, then it does not matter where you start. You can start at any convenient point. Like you may be analyzing your old system and thinking about making a new one, and so your real beginning is there. You may be struggling to deliver and failing and having problems and realizing it, so maybe in a way you're beginning there. Maybe you skipped over the stakeholders, which you shouldn't, but your architecture gang is doing architecture, and you'll just have to get back to them and analyze them properly later. So long story short, if the cycle is short, which it is in Agile, it doesn't really matter where you are. It might just be you are where you are, start from where you are, you will get back to all the other things within a week, within a month, and that's good enough. So that's an interesting insight. It doesn't matter in the cycle where there's no formal start, like requirements, the waterfall model, requirements, design, coding, testing, and delivery. That old idea is gone, and that's an interesting insight. Okay. In part of the value planning book, I have a section which is, in fact, I think the same as my one of the section 7 or 8 here. I introduced the idea of a saboteur, somebody who sabotages projects. And if you look at all these failed projects and you look at the literature on the web, there are 300 million hits when you Google IT failure, okay? And many of these are consultancies which analyze why did they fail, what went wrong. Well, the first thing you'll find is there's almost universal agreement that the first thing that went wrong was requirements were bad, okay? 20 to 30% of the cases, okay? And then there are a whole lot of other causes, but all of these causes actually amount to communication between people like stakeholders and IT people. And requirements is just one type of communication. Now, what I'm teaching today is all about better ways of communicating. In fact, one of the books I wrote, it's on my website from 2018, is called Clear Communication. So if some reason you really know that communication is the problem and you want really better communication, you might like to access my book, Clear Communication, where I go into depth. But this course today will go through all those communication ideas anyway. So what we find is that when projects go wrong, there is a bad practice, that badly written requirements where it says good security, but it doesn't say 95% catching the hacker within 5 seconds. That's a bad practice to say good security, to have bullshit words, okay? And that practice sabotages your project. It guarantees you will not deliver 95% catching the hacker within 5 seconds by 1st of January, okay? So bad requirements is this. If I wanted to sabotage your project, I would make sure you have as bad a requirement situation as you probably have today, okay? So, let's say you have perfect requirements, but you have very, very bad design and architecture. That will also sabotage the project. And this goes on and on and on throughout all the practices, okay? So I go into detail about all the, here are some references to the Value Agile book, which goes into detail about it. Here's a bit of fun, all the Murphy's laws. If anything can go wrong, it will. I'm sure most of you know that. But there are some other less well-known but kind of fun laws that a fool with a tool is still a fool. In other words, a fool using Scrum is still a fool. Something like that. And on and on and on. I like this one. Project management is about applying common sense with uncommon discipline. Okay. I don't know who Obrakta is. Never heard of him, but nicely put, isn't it? Here's even more disheartening, Kinser's law. About the time you finish doing something, you know enough to start. Maybe some of you feel that way sometimes. Okay, now here's part 2 of the lectures, analysis tools. So we're going to look at the idea of analyzing what who are the stakeholders, what do the stakeholders say, and things like that, and end up with analyzing what are our requirements, okay? Step 3 is the design and architecture tools coming up after we've done step 2. So here's the breakdown of this. First, we're going to look at stakeholders, then we'll look at requirements, then we'll look at analyzing designs, and then we'll look at analyzing how good we are. This is the operational project at delivering real value to real stakeholders. So but all of this I class as analysis. So here, stakeholder stuff. Right, now here's, I held a class in Oslo for the architecture group in Oslo, OSWA. And I usually have a 2-day class, workshops, and I've done this a lot in London with Sohir, 2-day class. And what we do is we choose a fun project. And you'll see some of these fun projects in the examples I have. But the fun project we chose on about I think it was the 6th of March. 12th of March was the day Norway closed down because of COVID. On the 6th of March, we chose to plan fighting COVID in Norway. Our group, our little class. So what you're looking at, and step 1, I said, who are the stakeholders? Emergency response services. Somebody is dying of COVID, get him to the hospital. The health minister, of course. The hospitals, of course. Children, parents, schools, cultural events. Our big ski jumping annual competition at Holmenkollen was coming up on Saturday. And the question was, would they run the event? Would they allow anybody to see it? And we were quite correct. They actually closed it down and didn't formally allow any participants. But we were already guessing, will they close it down? Anyway, so this is, so what we're doing is you start by, in a sense, brainstorming the stakeholders, and then you will not successfully brainstorm all of the stakeholders. And in fact, you may brainstorm some stakeholders that are not really stakeholders. We'll get back to that later. But but you can incrementally add new stakeholders every time you get an insight. So this is like a database where you continually collect known stakeholders. Now remember the definition of stakeholders. They hold a stake, meaning they have a requirement. Now, just because they have a requirement doesn't mean it is your requirement, because they have a lot of requirements which you cannot satisfy. 1, because it's not your job. 2, because it costs too much and they won't pay for it. 3, because it's technologically impossible. Nobody knows how to get to the moon and back in 5 seconds, and things like that. So just because they have a requirement doesn't actually mean you're going to do it in your project, but you may consider doing it. And if you consider doing it and you say, well, we could afford to do it within our project budget, we know the technology, then that's a possibility, but you still have to prioritize it. Let's just say out of 100 requirements, your budget only permits you to do 50, then half of them will not be done during your project, even though it's a requirement that you could do and could afford to do, but you can't prioritize it. Go back to the word priority. Now, long story short, here the second stage and the first day of the workshop course is what are the values of the stakeholder. We literally take each stakeholder and say, your permanent doctor, what is their value? And then we find something, let's just say it's monitoring the epidemic, how bad is it? And say, okay, doctors are interested in this value. And for each stakeholder, we must find at least one value. If we do not find a value that a stakeholder has, here's a stakeholder without a value, then for the moment, they're not really a stakeholder. They have no known stake. Maybe we'll discover later that they do have a value and what it is, but we don't know what it is. It's not on the map yet. So what we do is using a little tool called ValPlan. You could use any tool you like. A spreadsheet might do the job. We connect each stakeholder to each value. And then we ask another question. Okay, this stakeholder is connected to this value, but are there any other stakeholders? We can see here where there are 2 lines going out of substitute drivers and 2 lines going out of stay healthy, that there are 2 stakeholders for this and 2 stakeholders for that and 2 stakeholders for that and 3 stakeholders for healthy employees and no stakeholders for equipment capacity. What does all this mean? Well, it means at this stage, which is probably the end of the first day on the workshop, we have some requirements which have no stakeholder, which is kind of strange because I asked the students, find a stakeholder, find their values. So in theory, we shouldn't have any values that have no stakeholders, but somehow a value popped up that was not attached to any stakeholder. So it means it has no sponsor, nobody who thinks it's worth it, nobody who would pay for it that we know about. And in a sense, we could drop such requirements or deprioritize them until further notice. There's another very visible phenomena here, which are, look at all these stakeholders that have no line going from them to a requirement. Now that could simply be because nobody asked the question, which values do the universities have? And that just because maybe we didn't spend the time doing it. But if you ask the question and you find no connection, it could be they're not really a stakeholder, they just seem to be at some point. So you can just let them sit there and maybe values will pop up, or you can delete them and say they're just not on our value chart. By the way, once you've automated this connection, which we've done in the ValPlan app, which is why we can display these things, you could obviously automate the app and say, give me a list of all stakeholders with no value. And give me a list of all values with no stakeholder, and you have found your orphans, things that are floating around. You wouldn't want to spend a lot of time and energy doing this when no stakeholder is behind it. And one of the problems with requirements we've known for decades is a lot of requirements get implemented that nobody cares about, and they cost half of the project budget. And here's the problem. There is no real sponsor behind it who cares, but we code it and deliver it anyway. And here's a solution to the problem. Map it back to stakeholders who care. Okay, next step here. Here is here's what I call a requirement and ambition level of the type you find. I'll read it out. I want the best security. That's that badly formulated requirement. It doesn't say what best is, and it doesn't say what security is. To fight hackers, aha, a little bit more information about what kind of security we want. Against all types of attacks, aha, even more information, all types of attacks. And here comes even more information. I want to protect my customers and company, more information, against losses and disturbances. So actually, that's a pretty good sentence in terms of giving us a lot of information about security. Now, I have a name for this, aside from management bullshit. The name is the ambition level. And almost all requirements, including almost all user stories, are in this class. There are a nice sounding set of nice sounding words, but there are no numbers, no measures, and not easy to test that it was delivered. Now, what I do when I get this is I take it from the user and I write it down, and I even note which user said it, like the chief information officer said it or chief technical officer. So they are credited with the bullshit, and maybe they'll even take responsibility. And then I'm analyzing this. So then I rewrite it as what we call a scale of measure. And here symbolically is a scale of measure, where here is bad, here's the bad security level, and here's better security levels. And the scale of measure, which we're going to look at more deeply, says something about the probability that, and then I have a series of things I call a scale parameters, okay? And in this case, I say the goal is 50% for security results attack attempt detected. And the class of attacks is they're trying to take control of my system and steal money. And the attackers are evil people. And the targets are my organizations. And the attack results, like I lose money, my system is down, is all of them. And I want this delivered by 6th of July, 2027. That's my deadline for delivering the 50% value for this set of things. So what we have is a set of conditions, which are not all the security conditions. And these are all reflected here. All of these are reflected at some level, but what I'm doing is I'm structuring and quantifying. There are two quantifications here. I want 50% probability of doing this, and I want it by this date. Those are two quantifications. And all of these little parameters here are my structure saying, this is the set of conditions I want by that date, okay? Other conditions I might want earlier or later. We'll look at this in more depth, but I'm showing you what we do when we find a stakeholder, and the stakeholder, the chief technical officer or chief security officer, spouts bullshit. What we do is we take it and structure it into a quantified security requirement. And so we are very much more specific about exactly what does that point on the scale mean. We're going to look at that in more detail. Now I realize this is a very powerful set of tools. It's how do we quantify things like security? There's a regular method or structure, which I will teach in depth. I'm going to use an hour or two today, so don't worry if you didn't get all of this at once. What I'm doing is saying we move from stakeholder statements like that, and we analyze what they're saying so that we can structure it and pull out the significant high priority things early and do them at an early date and quantify and measure that we did them. This is what I call, this is the clarification of the bullshit sentence that most of your stakeholders, that's the only culture they have. They have learned to do this. They have not learned to do this. You are going to learn to do this and maybe teach them to do it for you, or maybe you have to do it for them. We'll get back to that later. Okay, so here's our cycle again, and here are the stakeholders. And here is a little map we're going to look at in more detail. This is a checklist or template map. That is, you can use this to remember what kind of stakeholders should I be talking about. And these are big types of stakeholders. Like here's the type called inanimate stakeholders, like the GDPR law of European Union. That's a stakeholder. But there are lots of other inanimate, means they're not flesh and blood people or groups of people, okay? Here are individuals like the chief financial officer is an interesting stakeholder. He may be paying for your project, so he's really interesting, he or she, of course. And then we have other ones like weak victims. This is the COVID patient who gets hit, okay? Defenders of weak victims. These are the people tracing the COVID and trying to find out who else has it, okay? And environments, a party where everybody's catching COVID is an environment, okay? Groups, and these could be like the IT group or the testing group or people selling your system or something like that. Okay, anyway, so now, you can't just simply adopt this, but you can use it as a checklist. This is a very advanced tool. Number one, the tool called Stakeholder is not a new tool. People in defense and military systems called systems engineers have been using this for many decades. Advanced large-scale IT people have been adopting this for a while, but your typical Agile Scrum never says the word stakeholder. They talk about customers and users. They don't have this tool. What I'm suggesting is that advanced and powerful Agile will always have the tool stakeholder, and customer and user will just be some subset of it. And then the second tool is, here's my template that I'm giving to you, said there are these major classes of stakeholders, and there are these specific examples of this type of stakeholder. And you might like to build your own list for your own domain. Let's say you're working in government health systems. You'll have a slightly different list. You need to build that list and share that list. That's a tool for everybody building health systems in Lithuania. Okay, got the idea? I give you a very general template. You make and develop a special template for the area you work in, and then you use that so that you more quickly build a complete and good list of stakeholders. How do you learn which stakeholders you need to listen to? And the simple answer is by hard experience. If you look back, when did we get problems? Okay, take a simple example. In Norway, when the people building the COVID app called Smittestop discovered they had a problem, it was some of my IT friends who banded together, about 60 of them, and say, we believe these other IT people are not worried about personal data and GDPR. We believe they should be, and they unnecessarily are collecting too much data. They got together and they publicized it and sent letters to the parliament and all that kind of stuff and got everybody to sign up to it. So the IT people were fighting the bad IT people who narrowly just were, you know, collecting data and writing code very quickly. And they forced the issue. So parliament finally said, drop it, forget it. We have to follow the law here and make a system which follows the law, for God's sake. So they're working on that right now as we speak. Okay, so now what happened was the stakeholder that Simula, which is the organization who built the app, forgot was called the European Law on Privacy, GDPR. And another stakeholder they forgot, strangely enough, was IT people who are idealists and believe that respecting the law is more important than writing code, even in COVID times. So they forgot two stakeholders, okay? If they just respected the law, they would have been okay. But since they didn't respect the law, there was a stakeholder that said, we are the conscience of Norway. We believe that privacy of medical information is, and following the EU law is very important. By the way, Norway is not a member of EU, but it's an associate member and follows all the EU laws better than the EU nations. Okay, so so there was a decision to have a legal app, but this wasted several months of precious COVID time in tracking the disease. So probably it killed a few hundred people. This error of not knowing who the stakeholders were and doing it properly first time around. Okay, very interesting case study. This is the app is called Smittestop, and it's made by Stimula in Norway badly. Okay. Anyway, moving along. Here's a larger and more detailed view, and you're going to need to get this and enlarge it or something like that. But here is my checklist, and what I'm teaching to some people is, wow, stakeholders is a lot of different things. It's much more than customer and user. That's the first thing. And the other is that almost all projects have a lot of different stakeholders in common, but any particular domain like national medical systems will be a special set, quite different from a multinational bank in London, to take an example, okay? But still, that's our official departure point for, this is the tool is we use stakeholders. The sub-tool is we have a checklist you can use when you're a beginner in stakeholders. The third level of tool is that you must develop a stakeholder checklist for your domain, for your organization, for your company, right? And from this, any particular project should go through the checklist, because this is corporate learning. This is institutional learning. You're learning that if we do not respect these stakeholders, our entire Smittestop project may be killed by Parliament. That's the hard learning, okay? So if you get the right stakeholder early enough, maybe your project will not fail. It's that serious, okay? And we have to learn that projects fail because we don't have a list of stakeholders and we did not respect the law. And they knew they weren't respecting the law, but they thought it's more important to save lives in COVID times than to respect privacy laws. They were wrong about that prioritization. So said the Prime Minister, the government, and the Parliament. On this map, this is my map of analyzing the whole stakeholder situation. One day I'm going to write a book, maybe next year, about stakeholders, and this is the book. Here is a list of stakeholder powers, or stakeholder characteristics, or stakeholder qualities, which in a sense, this defines how powerful each stakeholder is. Like, how much money do they have? How much power do they have? How accessible are they? And I'm making a claim. All of these attributes or characteristics of each stakeholder can be quantified. And I have already done it. And if you don't think so, ask me or try, okay? But, okay, so this is just a way of analyzing, an advanced tool for analyzing stakeholders is to say, what are the characteristics of stakeholders, the quality of stakeholders, and quantifying them so they're clear. And now we can analyze quantitatively how accessible is the European law stakeholder. Okay, and the answer is you can get it online instantly. Here is a set of ideas. These are light bulbs, which means bright ideas. These are actually strategies for dealing with stakeholders. Okay. So how to successfully deal with stakeholders. My list of strategies is here. I'm sure there are 100 more of these, which aren't in my top 10 list. But this is one way of, when writing a book in the future of how do you deal with stakeholders, I'm going to have a list of tactics for dealing with stakeholders, explain how they enable me to deal with these stakeholders who have these powers. This little list here is a list of costs, the cost of dealing with stakeholders, like the cost of accessing them, talking to them, keeping up to date with them, motivating them, bribing them, whatever it is. There are lots of different costs. And to understand the stakeholder picture, you need to understand their powers, and you need to understand their costs, and you need to understand which tactics you can use. So this is very mature, advanced stakeholder. So here is a tool, the idea that stakeholders have costs and what they are. Here is a set of tools, 10 tools of dealing with stakeholders. Here's another set of 10 tools, the quantified attributes or qualities of stakeholders. And here is another set of tools, a checklist and structure of stakeholders. So there, here are dozens of tools just in the stakeholder area. That's my break for you. I'm going to put it on snooze, probably get 2 different. But now I'm going to stop lecturing, go get yourself a cup of coffee, take a smoke, turn off the sound, and I'm comfortable enough to take any kind of discussion or questions from the audience until the hour, and I'll restart the lectures there.
Tom, I pasted to you in chat about our health care system, and also I found the article in our government page, which is titled Inspiring Partnership of Lithuania and Norway When Common Goals Unite. So you may find something interesting. It's written in English. You can see maybe some points. Because
Dennis, you put it in the chat. Now, could I ask you one more favor? Could you email it to me? Because after the session's done, I'm afraid I might not even get to the chat.
I could also send you a file of all the chat transcription, because it's also saved.
Thank you. That's great. That's great. Now, and is this written in Lithuanian?
I sent you in English it's article in English. Yeah, because it seems they've been cooperating, and Norway been sharing best practices with Lithuania to make that healthcare decisions. So
well, Norway has some very bad healthcare practices. And so they're sharing their bad practices with you.
Yeah.
By the way, I have this year I wrote a book which is in the free books at the end of the slides. It's called Governeering. And this analyzes bad practices for setting requirements for the British National Health Service.
Okay, very interesting.
So if you want to analyze, I did not take, I could have used the Norwegian bad practices, but the problem is they are in Norwegian, and in England they're in English. So I did not, but I have analyzed, if anybody from Norway or Nordic countries is listening, I have analyzed the Norwegian plans in Norwegian and analyzed how bad they are and how good they could be. And if you request from me the Norwegian language, which all Swedes and Danes can read anyway, I will send you my Norwegian National Health Service analysis for free. Okay, just email me and say Norwegian stuff, health service, Tom, please. Okay, any other questions or discussions in our break? I will take one more spoon of my cereal.
Okay, I will share a link to people. You pasted that tinyurl.com Agile tools Gilb. So yeah, you can find these slides there. So Yuri, you asked for presentation. You can download them. I pasted that link in chat.
Yeah, so if we have time, I would have another question.
What is your name?
Clara.
How do you spell it?
It's with K. K-L-A-R-A. I'm from Poland, Warsaw.
Kala, okay, good. Welcome, Poland. My Polish friends are some of my best friends. So
nice
intelligent and so motivated. I love Polish. Okay. Yeah.
Okay. So my question would be, because I still struggle a bit here with the prioritization of stakeholders, and I was thinking, okay, so we're mapping stakeholders to values. So if we have one value with the most amount of stakeholders, maybe that would be the most important one. But then again, the values could be also like, you know, the more important one, or like, you know, which one that would have a bigger impact and one that would have a smaller impact. So
Right.
will we get to that, or could you say something?
Now, okay. Now I understand the nature of a question. Different stakeholders have different, let's call them power. You know, and one may be, there are a very large number, so there's some power in that. There are, you know, all the patients in Poland is a very big power compared to, okay. Now, if I go back to my diagram where it says stakeholder qualities, that is the simple answer to your question. If you analyze all of these, you will be analyzing the multiple powers, the superpowers of a stakeholder. And using this information, we can say some mixture of these powers tells you how powerful is the stakeholder. It tells you, take a very simple example. If you take one power, which is let's take influence. Let's say they know everybody at the top of the government and they can literally change the law, okay? That's a big power. If you know that, then you are going to listen to them very carefully, because otherwise they will shut down your project, right? Okay, so long story short, this stakeholder attributes is in fact the powers of the stakeholder, and analysis of these will help you understand how to prioritize, one, a stakeholder, and number two, a stakeholder need. Okay, so there are two levels here. There's the stakeholder in general, which may have 1 or 2 or 10 needs. What we're going to prioritize is not merely the stakeholder, but in particular, we're going to prioritize the stakeholder need. Okay, and a very powerful stakeholder may have 2 needs which are very powerful, but 8 needs which are very weak. You see? So, okay. So we'll get there. I promise you, I will be discussing this in great detail, okay?
Okay.
And give you the tools for doing it. And you didn't notice, did you, that I already gave you the tool in the previous slide? It was so quick.
The Valplan.
Well, yes, this happens to be built into Valplan. We've used Valplan a lot in Poland, by the way. You'll see some Polish examples, okay? If you look at the reference Valplan, you'll find how to get free trial for 14 days. And we use it for free on all of my courses, including my courses in Poland, right? So, but yeah, but it's not a matter of Valplan. It's a matter, forget Valplan here. It's a matter of, here is a list of the powers of stakeholders. And I'm telling you, all of these can be analyzed for each stakeholder, and all of these can be quantified, and therefore, you have the information to prioritize the stakeholder. And that is part of the information you need to prioritize the stakeholder need. And I'm going to go into more information about the stakeholder need itself. But the stakeholder behind it and their power is part of prioritizing a requirement, a need.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and we'll get to the quantification.
I promise, we have a wonderful 8 hours today, so we are going to go very, very deep today. Now, of course, you know what? I could hold a 5-day course just on the requirements, and I have done it, okay? And I could hold a 5-day course just on the design, and we've done it, okay? So even this one day, we're not going to go as deep as I can, but you know what? Remember I mentioned that big fat book, Value Planning? 770 pages. If you want everything I could tell you, it's in the book. Okay?
Okay.
Again, if you can't afford it, email me. I'm so happy to send you a free copy. If you can afford it, we're talking 10 euros or something like that.
Sure.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
How much is the book worth? A billion zlotys.
For sure.
Yeah. And the only reason we put a price on the book is some people are so silly, they think if the book is free, it can't be worth anything. They don't understand the difference between most of the wisdom of the world is free, including most of mine. Okay?
Yeah.
Okay, now,
great. Thank you.
Thank you. Great question. I hope you will send me an email so we can talk and I know your email. Will you do that? Great. Okay. And I spent a lot of time in Warsaw and in Poland. I don't know if you know that or yet. Have you ever seen me in Poland?
No, not yet. Because
Not
I'm
yet.
just like, no, not yet. I'm just
Okay.
like 2 years in Agile, so maybe
All right.
that's not that.
Okay.
Yeah.
I will introduce you to my Polish friends, of which I have many. My biggest fan club is in fact in Poland.
Glad to hear that.
They know how powerful the methods are and they want to use it to make Poland better. Make Poland great again. Okay. Nice to meet you. So back to the lecture. Here was the next slide. Now, this slide is showing two simple things. Here is some kind of, in Valplan, a record for some kind of requirement. It's probably the user error frequency requirement. And the user error frequency requirement has two stakeholders, marketing director and UX chief, okay? Now, here is the record for the requirement. And one aspect of the record, which we call a background information, and we'll be talking more about this later, is who are the stakeholders for this requirement. And here is the detail, the marketing director and the UX chief. Why are they? Well, we have a thing called roles because the marketing director is a decision maker and a funder. These are two of the powers of this that's very interesting information. This one makes decisions and this one gives us money. That's well worth knowing about them. And the UX chief designer is an authority on the UX design and they're an expert on anything called UX design. Okay, so what we're doing is we're beginning to map out the attributes. That's this stuff here, previous slide. We're beginning to map out the attributes of each stakeholder and we're identifying exactly which two attributes there are for this one requirement. So each and every requirement has a special stakeholder map. So this is a separate tool. The following idea, each requirement, here's the security requirement, and here are its stakeholders, but here's the user error frequency, and here are its two stakeholders, okay? So here's the tool. Each requirement identifies and keeps track of its special stakeholders. That's the tool. It's not a general idea like the project keeps track of stakeholders. It is a specific idea that the requirements, each individual one, keeps track of the stakeholders who care the most. We use the term critical stakeholders for critical requirements, okay? Let me say something about that. A critical means life or death, failure or success, okay? So a critical stakeholder, by definition, can cause your project to fail. They have the power to do it. The Norwegian parliament killed the Smittestop app that was made in the middle of COVID, okay? They have the power to do that, kill the whole project and app. So they're critical. And you better know they're there, and you better know they have the power, and you better do what they will want you to do, even if they didn't ask you yet. You have to figure it out or your app will die. This is history. This is a fact, okay? And then the thing is that the parliament has not only one requirement, they may have 10 things they care very much about. One requirement may be, it is legal internationally. Not unnatural, the government and the parliament care, it is legal internationally, right? So your app had better be legal. And yet we had IT people in Norway, professors of IT, sitting at Simula who said, doesn't matter, we'll overlook it. It's more important to have an app out quickly. They were wrong. And the result was no app at all. There is no currently functioning app, and we still have COVID. And they're still discussing Google and Apple and what are we going to do and when are we going to release it. So talk about a delay of a project because they didn't understand the stakeholders and the stakeholder reasons. Now, by the way, a very general tool is that for requirements, we have a lot of what we call background information about the requirement, not just the requirement itself. We have background information. And I'm going to show you 20 different classes of background information, but one is who is the stakeholder, and second background, what are their powers? Okay, tool. By the way, once we digitize this somewhere, we can automatically draw maps, okay? Even a spreadsheet will allow you to put information in a spreadsheet where you can draw bar charts, same thing, okay? So I'm a very strong fan that if you have big enough projects to care about my methods, you'd better automate your requirements and your designs and your stakeholders so you can automate the presentation, the analysis, the changes and everything else. So I'm very, very strong on digitization of, it's time to, too many people, they don't have, putting a bullshit sentence into Word is not digitization. The computer doesn't know what the hell it's saying and cannot connect. Okay, digitization means the computer understands this is a stakeholder and these are their roles and this is their requirement. Okay, we're done with stakeholders for the moment, but we will visit them later. Now we're going to go into, and we've already started looking a little bit at requirements, but now we're going to do requirements analysis seriously. And if I use 2 hours on this, that's fine. Okay. So number one, I introduced to you the value requirements book, which and here is in fact a quick scan with your iPhone or camera, okay, of the free book. It's in-depth about requirements, but in particular about value requirements, not function requirements, not user stories or use cases, and don't try to tell me they're not requirements, okay? So here is the content of value requirements book, and I'm going to go through a lot of that content, but I only have an hour or two, and I probably should use 5 days, okay? So, but I will leave you with the slides with lots of text in them, and I will leave you with a free book. And just for fun, the normal price of this book is £1,000, and it's actually worth £1 million per project. But during Corona times, I'm a nice guy. You can have a free copy. I hope you get my joke. And by the way, this is serious, that it's worth more than £1 million. And we can prove it. By the way, how much money do you think that the app in Norway called Smittestopp for Corona cost before they killed it? And the answer is more than £1 million. And why did they kill it? Because they didn't do what is in my book. Okay? Simple proof. First project worth £1 million. But you have to apply the ideas in practice for it to have the real value, of course. Okay, so let me introduce the idea of what I call value requirements. Okay? Now here's a little simple map I have in my planning language, I have a set of graphical icons. That is, I have concepts which I can draw, and oval is function. And a function is defined as what a system does. And you all know this as functional requirements, okay? The things we do, like collect a tax is a simple function. Draw a diagram is a simple function, okay? And most of IT and programming is all about functional requirements. In fact, a few years ago, a new thing came along, which was so strange, and people didn't know what to do about it, and they called it non-functional requirements. All they really understood about qualities was it wasn't a function, it's not our culture. Somebody's telling me I have to worry about security and user friendliness, and I'm not even sure what that is. I'll tell you what that is. That's what I call the values, okay? So if you like, you can first say non-functional requirements are what I call values. And I think, as I said, non-functional is a stupid word to use. It's immature, it's childish. It bespeaks of a very lack of maturity of culture. If you're talking about qualities, say qualities. It's a well-known word. If you're talking about qualities and other values, say values. Let's use a positive word. Now, let me tell you something about values. Notice I use the arrow symbol. And the reason I use the arrow symbol is, here's a little, these little things, these are increments, like on a measuring tape or something like that, okay? And the values, there's one characteristic of all qualities and all things I call values. They can be quantified. What does that mean? It means you can define a scale of measure. It means it is not binary. It is not black and white. Security, you don't have security or not security. That's silly. You don't have user friendliness or not user friendliness. You don't have technical debt or not technical debt. You have degrees of it. This is why you can put a word like enhanced, increased, improved, better. The moment you can put those words in front of your noun, increased security, you know you have a variable that can be quantified always, no exceptions. Okay, now a lot of people don't know that, or they don't believe it, or they don't know how to do it. And therefore they just say, well, it's a soft value. I can quantify lines of code. I can quantify user stories. I can quantify time of the sprint, but I cannot quantify security. Well, you are not yet trained to do it. I will train you today to do it. You will have a superpower called I can quantify all values. Now, a lot of you, at least the half who know about Deming, are very aware of the fact that if you can quantify, you can manage. And if you cannot quantify, it's very, very, very difficult to manage security. You can't quantify it, okay? You just throw ideas in there and hope for the best. It's not scientific, it's not engineering, and it's not good management. Good management begins with quantification. Good science and engineering begin with quantification. It's fundamental, okay? Now, there's another thing. Notice I said quantify, quantify, quantify. And by the way, I wrote a new book 1 month ago called Quantier. And you will find it in the free books. And we can bring it up to the questions and answers level if you want, Darius. Quantiering is a book on how to quantify everything, okay? I invented the word. In fact, I have a little game I play before I write a book. Can I think of a funny, sexy name? And I thought, Quantier. And I checked this. Anybody use this word? No, I love it. I've invented a new word. Quant is from the Latin to quantify, or find the quantity. And ear is like a person, like an engineer. Okay, so a quantier is a person who quantifies. I just invented a new word, and that's so much fun, you have no idea. I wrote another book earlier this summer, Planalysis, about analysis of plans, okay? And all my books have a funny name in them, you'll find. That's so much fun. I have a whole day of fun just finding a crazy name, okay? My friend Gerald M. Weinberg, and some of you will know about him if you know about Deming, bless his soul, he's no longer with us, once said, Tom, if you could get $1 for every new word you created, you'd be a very rich man. So apparently I have a hobby and love to create new words. Forgive me, it's my game. Anyway, now here's the thing. I said quantify, quantify, quantify. Now notice I did not say measure. I talked about measuring earlier. Remember, it's in the cycle. You measure what happened to the thing you delivered, okay? So quantify and measure are two different things. It took me a while to figure out. I used to mix them up. I used to think about them as the same thing. You know, electrical power, watt? Yes, exactly. That's the unit of measure. Watt meters are the measuring tool, okay? So now here's the paradigm. Everything that is variable can be quantified. To quantify is not to measure. Ah, I'm on low battery. Time to turn on the power. Yes. Okay. If you have a scale of measure, which is my definition of to quantify, and we'll look about this in more detail. If you have a scale of measure, you can, in general, measure in practice in your IT system, the level. In fact, here's the principle. There is usually more than one way to measure on any scale of measure. Now think about something simple like the speed of a car, kilometers per hour. Can you measure it? Yes, of course. Can you think of a measuring tool? Oh, the speedometer in my car. Yes. Can you think of any other tool? Yes, the policeman with their radar gun. Can you think of any other tool? Yes, the Doppler effect, if you're a physicist. Can you think of any other tool? Yeah, GPS systems. Can you think of any other tool? Eyeballing it. That's doing about 100 kilometers per hour. How many, can you not make a list of 10 different tools for measuring the speed of a car? Okay, so here's the insight. If you have a scale of measure, you can invariably find practical ways to measure it, and you can invariably find more than one way. Now, why would you want to find more than one way? And you know the simple answer. Some ways have better quality of measurement. What is a quality? Accuracy, credibility, repeatability, scientific ideas of measurement, and costs, time to set up, time to train people, time to do, okay? It's the same as any technical solution I would teach you about. To understand any technical solution, and a measuring tool is a technical solution, you need to know its quality attributes and its cost attributes. Then you can decide and choose your method of measure. I just taught you a new tool, how to decide a test process, any test process. Know its quality attributes, know its cost attributes, and make sure you choose the quality attributes you need at the lowest cost attributes you can get. This is a very powerful engineering idea I just taught you. Anyway, so we'll go back to values. So values are things that stakeholders want or need. That's number one. And they are variables. They're not binary. Functions are all binary. To calculate tax, you either do it or you don't. There's nothing in between. Okay? Functions are binary, but values are scalar or variables. If you want deep insight into all of this, I recommend another free book I'm going to show you called Competitive Engineering. It's in the references. There's a free digital download. This has the whole chapter on functions and a whole chapter on what I call performance characteristics, which is my old name for values. Okay? And I go into depth on the theory of what is a function, what is a performance characteristic. That's the theory. That's the definition of language, by the way, the planning language. I have a friend of mine I'm working with building a very sexy artificial intelligence system, which we're all going to get very rich on. It's called Graphmetrics. You'll find that in the back of the book. he's an architect by training, but his name is Frederick Gibson. And he said, Tom, I have read your competitive engineering book 9 times. And I said, you're joking, you're exaggerating. And I'll make a long story short, he is not. He has really read my competitive engineering book 9 times. He has a degree in architecture. Then I said, well, are you reading it 9 times because it's so difficult to understand and I've written a bad book? And the answer is no, I'm reading it 9 times because I harvest new tools and ideas every time I read it. And I put them into my startup and we're all going to get rich. Take a look. By the way, I'll give you a hint. Oracle has tried to buy his company for millions of dollars already, and he only has 4 employees. And it's based on my ideas in competitive engineering. Okay, enough of that. You'll hear more about that later. We're going to build some fantastic tools for doing this planning in Graphmetrics. We're going to sort of put a value plan. By the way, he uses value planning to plan his things down. Okay, maybe I said enough about values. There's some more text here if you want to go back, but that we'll have to do. Now, here are the other requirement types. Functions are what the system must do. And here's another one. Resource requirements is an arrow going into the function. The tiger in the tank, the fuel, the air, the petrol, the electricity. And I call these resources. And for all solutions, all strategies, all test processes, there are a set of resources. That's what it's going to cost you to do it the first time and to do it every time, okay? And it is very important to understand the resources. Otherwise, everybody will be dead from COVID before your project is done, to put it in very dramatic terms, okay? Resources are, the critical resources are limited, and usually you know they are limited, therefore you have a budget. It's called a deadline, a financial budget, things like that, okay? Space in memory, okay? And I'm gonna try to teach you a tool. Resources are multiple. Resources, you know they are quantified. Everybody knows that, okay? And we need to keep track of them in our projects. This is a major tool in itself, the area called resources. And the competitive engineering book has a whole chapter on costs and resources and how to handle them, okay? We'll look at them to some degree in the lecture today, but I'm just announcing that's another, this is not a value requirement. This is, if you like, these are resources that we value, okay? But they're not qualities and achievements that we value. Then there's another concept which we call a binary constraint, okay? I haven't told you what a value constraint is yet, but it's on the map. A binary constraint is it must be built in Lithuania. You're not allowed to get something like TikTok from China, to make my point very dramatically. Why not? The president has decided. Oracle must buy TikTok, okay? So a binary constraint is just, it very clearly limits and says you can, here is in Lithuania, and you can do anything you like in there. But the moment we're in Latvia or Norway or Russia or China, you can't do it. You can't use that design. It's just not allowed. Okay? So this is a very important concept, the binary constraint. And in general, anybody who's doing architecture or design must know the binary constraints. And if they do not know the binary constraints, they may pick something built in Norway, not in Lithuania, and they will be totally wasting all their effort until somebody discovers, hey, this isn't built in Lithuania, and that's a constraint. Oh, I didn't know. Well, you just wasted 6 months and 1,000 people died in Lithuania from COVID, okay? So binary constraints are these are like legal constraints. It must comply with the GDPR. That is the binary constraint the Norwegians did not understand and totally screwed up their COVID tracing app, okay? Legal constraint. Okay, what I'm doing, I'm introducing other requirement types which are defined in language in the glossary. And you have, there's a glossary in the competitive engineering book, and there are bigger glossaries elsewhere. Look in the references at the end or put them in question and answer. The big glossary of 700 terms is a free download from gilb.com, which you'll find access to in the references at the back of these slides and in all the books. Okay, so that defines all these terms very formally. Here is your free book, and here are the glossary downloads. And here is in the glossary under requirement, which is concept number 26. Here is the breakdown of all the different requirement concepts, like the design constraint and condition constraint are two types of binary constraint, okay? A performance constraint is a different kind of constraint, like you have to, the app has to be adopted by at least 50% of the population is a known constraint for tracking of COVID apps. And in Norway, only 30% adopted it, so we already had failure that nobody had planned for of how do you make sure that more than 50% of the population will want to adopt it voluntarily. Well, that's another failure of the Norwegian app, to make sure that they had a sufficient quantity. Now, we would like, of course, 100% or close to everybody to adopt the app, but because it makes infection tracing so much easier and more automatic and cheap and fast. But there's a known minimum, and that's a performance constraint. And if you get under a certain number, I forget the exact number, it's like 40, 50%, then you fail. And this is a failure level. And that's the tool, failure level. Survival is you have at least 40% and up, okay? But success level, the goal is maybe to have 80 or 90%. That's when you get control of the virus at that point. Okay, so long story short, and this is not a requirements course as such, I'm just looking at Agile tools and looking at, so I'm not going to go through everything here, but everything here is defined and treated in detail in the competitive engineering book if you want some very advanced requirements information. Where does all these ideas come from? You will not find these largely anywhere else. Tell me if I'm wrong. But, and the answer is, I sat down one day about 20 years ago and I observed my 40 years of practice from 1960. And I thought about, and I thought about, and I thought about, and I decided these were the interesting categories. Okay, so I derived them from practical observation, long story short, and they are a pretty solid, useful set of concepts. The number means it is defined formally in the glossary, okay? So these are all formally defined in language. However, we're going to look at a limited set now, in some Agile cultures, as you well know, we have a thing called user stories. And my good friend, Mike Cohn, is Mr. User Story. He did it, he writes the book. By the way, as he pointed out in his blog last week, he named his company Mountain Goat after a principle in his favorite book called Principles of Software Engineering Management by Tom Gilb. And what is Mountain Goat? Oh, it's like Agile, doing one step at a time and making sure it's successful before it takes the next step. It is the fundamental ratcheting principle. Take a step and make sure you're secure before you take the next step. It is absolutely fundamental Agile. But he named his whole company after that principle, okay? And Mike Cohn, last week, highly recommended all of Gilb's ideas, especially on quality. And he's been a big fan. And if you want that in writing, I'll give it to you. I think it's on his LinkedIn, it's on his website, his blog, right now. Okay, so if you need approval from the high priests of the Agile Manifesto and User Stories, you have it. My friend Mike likes what I'm teaching you. Now, you shouldn't need approval from Mike. I'd like to think you're so intelligent that even if Mike were against all of this, you'd like to do it because it's good for Poland and good for your company and good for you. I'd like to think you can make your own decisions. You're a big girl now, right? But if some people need approval from the Pope, I'm sort of pointing this at countries like Poland. Okay. One of my best friends, Lech Karnik, who we still have, he's actually a professor of IT in Finland these days, but he's Polish. He did his doctoral thesis in 1960s on my methods, and he built an automated tool for automated design using language called Aspect Engine. You'll find it in the Principles of Software Engineering Management book. And he's going to do some modern work with Graphmetrics with us. But the fun about my friend Lech Karnik is that he was in a Boy Scout troop in Poland, and his Boy Scout troop leader was the Pope. No kidding. How is that? My Boy Scout troop leader was the Pope. Anyway, so my favorite friends have the Pope as their leader. He was a good Pope, wasn't he? Anyway, okay, so user stories. Now the question is, you're doing, most of you, I'm guessing, are doing user stories at some level. Actually, I'd like a little survey. How many of you do user stories in your organization? Okay, it'd be fun to know. I'm guessing over 90% if you're Agile people. Now, I actually think user stories are a great idea in all their simplicity, because if you think about it, they identify a stakeholder. The whatever stakeholder, okay? And I think they should be called stakeholder stories, not user stories. And then the story, what's that? Well, it's a sort of requirement. I want something. And it turns out these stories could either be values or technology, solution, architecture. The user almost doesn't know what they're asking. They just want something they think is good. So the story contains either a real requirement or a real design. And this is not carefully determined or classified. And then the end of the user story is because it will help me make money or make people feel safe or save people from COVID. And justification, I think, is very important to understand and to document, and it's a big part of things. Okay, yeah, are you writing user stories? Yes, no, good. I said more than 90%, and up to now, I'm right. The first 10, 9 have, okay. 90, wow. Oh, will it go down to under 90%? Will Gilb be wrong? Yeah, I went down to 85, oh my God. Okay, I was wrong, it's 85%. Not bad for guessing Lithuanian thing. I don't know, maybe we have more than Lithuanians. Oh, maybe the Polish people were not using user stories who are on here and they're answering the question. Anyway, 86%. We're not done yet. Okay, share results. Okay, thank you. That was fun. Okay, now my suggestion, if you want something, a more advanced tool than user story, or if you don't want to fight the culture that is installed, it's not evil, it's not bad, but it is not sufficient for healthcare systems in Lithuania. Okay, it's not sufficient unto itself. You need more. You need to be more formal about stakeholders. You need to make a clear distinction between a requirement value and a design. You need to be more clear about the justification instead of just saying because it's nice. You really need to say how much money you will save or how many lives you will save. So long story short, it's not a bad way of starting, and it's good enough way for small systems, but it's not good enough for a health system or COVID saving lives. It's not enough to prevent 200,000 deaths in the United States. And that's the kind of problem we're looking at, some of us, okay? I wonder if anybody's here from US, could be, pretty early in the morning. Maybe they'll take the video later. Okay, so my advice is we need to take the user story. Here's an example. As an expert user, I want shortcuts to save me time. And this little arrow means the source is, user story number 030719. It's probably the exact date I wrote this. Okay, so there's the name. There's the name of the requirement, my tag, usability. There is the type. Remember I said user story doesn't make the distinction between whether it's a requirement or design. I think that's an important distinction for Agile. Okay, so I'm teaching you a tool. Know the type. Know the distinction between a requirement, which is a future state, and a design, which is a thing you're going to do and build to get that future state. And if you don't know the difference between a requirement and a design, you are poorly trained and poorly educated, and you shouldn't be doing serious IT at all. Imagine an electrical engineer who doesn't know the difference between a volt, an ohm, a watt, and an ampere. That's the same thing. If you're an IT person or a systems engineer and you don't know the difference between a requirement or a design, and you just throw them into your user stories, you are untrained, uneducated, and you are dangerous for health systems, and you should be debarred, defrocked, taken out, and replaced by people who know simple things like what is the difference between a requirement and a design. And let me give you a little teaser. It's not so easy to know what it is because it depends on the level you're at. And the same thing can be either a requirement or design depending on your level of perception in the organization. One man's design is another man's requirement. That comes from the saying, one man's meat is another man's poison. Okay, that's a very powerful tool I just gave you. Knowing the difference and specifying the difference between a requirement and design is important. Now, let me tell you why it is important. A requirement is something you're going to try to achieve no matter which solution, technology, strategy, or architecture you find to do it. A solution or architecture is something you can throw away if you find a better one 1 second before you implement it. Okay? So strategies are very disposable. Okay? They're only as good until you know a better one. But requirements are not of that nature. They can change, but requirements are more stable, more likely to last, more likely to be somewhat holy, but not perfectly holy, okay? But strategies, it's like in Hollywood, you're only as good as your last film. Well, a strategy or design is only as good until you find a better one. And then you throw it away mercilessly and find a better one. So in other words, there is an essential, very critical, very important difference between requirement and design, and you'd better know the difference. And that's a tool I'm teaching you right now, and I discuss it in depth in all my books and things like that. But I'm giving you the bottom line right now. Okay, so this slide is saying, be happy with user stories. It's actually an ingenious, brilliant structure compared to functional requirements which preceded it. It contains the notion of who is the stakeholder, unfortunately called a user for the moment. What is the thing we want to do? Unfortunately, no distinction between requirement and design. And the third element is the justification, the payoff, the why we should do it. That is brilliant to put into something so short, so simple as a user story. So I like Mike Cohn's user stories. But one of his, on his blog site years ago, it's still there, somebody said, what should we do if what we want is equality like security? And he said in writing, and I've got a copy of this, and it's still there, he said, use Gilb's methods for quality quantification. Okay, and he still said that last week. Okay, so in other words, the moment you are very conscious that qualities are very important, then you have to do better kind of user story. We could call it stakeholder stories for requirements, and stakeholder architect stories for designs. Okay, the moment you're telling a story for designs, you are some kind of architect or designer, that class of stakeholder. Okay, the user should not really be telling you what design they want. That's not their job. The user should be telling you how they want to experience the system, the user experience. That's what users should be telling you. They should not be telling the UX specialist how to design the UX. So that should be, in principle, forbidden, but they will do it. So the UX specialist has to say, okay, you want something that looks like an Apple iPhone. Why do you want it? Now, the answer to the question, why, will give you the requirement. I want it because it's familiar to me and I don't have to learn it. Aha, that's your requirement, ease of learning. Okay? And the UX designer has to learn to ask when people give you a technology, why, and then they have to say, you know what, we have a new Apple iPhone design made by Google, which is in fact superior, measured superior, easier to learn for Apple iPhone users than the Apple iPhone itself. Don't you really want that? Okay? I hope some of you are getting my point. I see somebody who is from Poland on my screen, smiling and nodding, and that's good. Okay, have we done enough user story stuff? Okay, so user stories, yes, but stakeholder stories, and move on and add, use it as a base, it already probably exists, and then do cool stuff that I'm going to teach you, more advanced stuff, like here is the scale of measure, average time in minutes for a task by a user, okay? So that's the save me time idea right there. And shortcuts are actually a design. Why do you want the shortcuts? Well, they said so, to save me time. Okay, so what you want to do is save time, even if you have no shortcuts. What if I could save you more time without shortcuts than with shortcuts? What do you want? This is called the mafia offer, your money or your life. You want to save time, or you want shortcuts that don't save you time? Make up your mind. You have to force the user to take a position on what they really want, what they really prioritize. And if they say, save me time, you say, okay, and I'll look at shortcuts, but if I find something much better than shortcuts to save you time, that's what I'm going to design, and that's what you're going to get, because you're going to get the time saving you said you wanted. And notice what I also did. I have a scale of measure with parameters, different tasks, different users, but I also have a wish level. Now, a wish means that's what stakeholders do. They wish. They do not set goals for the project. These are firm commitments. They wish and dream. Martin Luther King, I dream that we will all be brothers and sisters together, okay? So stakeholders wish, and maybe we cannot grant them their wish. Maybe it is impossible economically or technologically or prioritization-wise. So a wish may or may not be granted, but stakeholders will wish, can wish, and should wish, and we should analyze their wish levels. And at some point come back and say, we can do it within the budget, we can do it with the technology, we can prioritize it, so we convert your wish to a goal, meaning the project has committed to doing it. I'm teaching you a tool. The tool is stakeholders wish, but projects commit. If you don't have this distinction, you know what happens? The stakeholders wish, and they think they're going to get it. And when they don't get it, they get very angry at the IT project and say, you failed. Failed what? You failed to give me your wish. But I couldn't do it. You didn't give me enough budget. Yeah, but you failed to tell me I needed the budget. You just told me you would have gotten it. Right now, everybody's dying in Lithuania from COVID because you didn't tell me you needed more money. And I didn't know, and you didn't get it. That's stupid, okay? So wish is like a negotiating position. Wish means this is what I wish for, and if you need some money or technology to do it, you better tell me and see if I'll give it to you. And if I give it to you, I want my wish to be granted. I want it to become a goal of the project. I want commitment. This is a tool we developed in Planguage that wish is the initial starting position of stakeholders, and goal is the commitment of a project. It means we have done the architecture. We know what the architecture will cost. We have the budget, and you are prioritized, so you can get it, and you will get it by the deadline. Okay, this is a very important idea of communication between stakeholders and projects. The idea that the initial wish from stakeholders is just a conditional wish, and it is not they cannot demand absolutely to get things that have no known technology. Like, I would like to go to the moon and back in 5 seconds, right? Wouldn't that be fun, right? There's no technology to do it, but I'm powerful. I am President Trump. I have billions of dollars. You can't do it, says Fauci. It's technically impossible to get the vaccine tomorrow. Yes, but I need it before election day. No, you can't do it, says Fauci. Okay, beginning to get the idea? Okay, end of user stories. Part 2. Now, I've already showed you some defining scales of measure, but now I'm going to go into more depth on defining scale of measure. And I won't be done with it before 5 minutes from now, take a little break either, okay? So here is the graphical symbol for a scale of measure, an arrow coming out of a function. And there are, in fact, many different scales of measure. We sometimes call it the top 10 values that stakeholders have. So let's just say there are 10 of these. And in order to make them clear, so everybody, the project, the stakeholders, the government, everybody understands what we're trying to do, I am telling you, you must quantify all critical values. No exception. No known exception. Don't give me excuses. Any excuse you make, like it cannot be quantified, it's too difficult to measure. These are admissions of your ignorance, your stupidity. What can I tell you? Your danger to the project. Don't waste our time. Learn how to do it. I will teach you most of what you need to know today. Okay, so don't embarrass yourself by saying it can't be done when it's very easy to prove that it can. Okay, but I'm telling you, bottom line, nobody has ever successfully given me an argument here. And many people have tried. You can try. Find a value that cannot be quantified. I'll make you a bet at $1 million. Okay, but you have to put your money into escrow in a bank. So if you lose, I really get it. Okay, when you've done that, I will quickly collect my $1 million 99.9 times out of 100. Okay, sometimes we just bet for $1 and use an hour, and you see it works. Okay, okay. Now, on this scale of measure, which is as simple as kilometers per hour for speed of a car. That's the simple idea, you know. Volts, 240 volts out of your outlet in your household. There are some concepts. Now, on the left-hand side of this arrow, we have something we call the benchmark level. Okay. Now, benchmark level is very simple. It's in very simple terms, it's the level you have now with your current old system. What if you have no current system? Well, it's maybe a system in Norway instead of Lithuania that you compare with, okay? But benchmark means it is something we compare with state of play, okay? Now I'm going to go into more detail about benchmarks, but benchmarks is just a stake in the ground of how it's giving us a picture of reality. You know, what is real for us? What is real for people we like to compare with? We'll get back to that, but that's the B for benchmark. That's 1 point on the scale, or it could be many points. You could have a benchmark for Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia, and Finland, and Norway, okay? Now, C on the scale. That stands for constraint. In simple terms, it is the, okay, that's my stop, I'll finish this. It's the worst acceptable case. It is a scalar constraint. It says you are not allowed to be worse than this, otherwise you fail. Your project fails, or at least this value fails, okay? So everything below this is failure territory. Even though it's better than what you have, it's not good enough for the future, okay? We usually call this today the tolerable level. That means the minimum viable level of the value. And that's very important. That's your first priority, by the way. We use this to set priorities. Your first priority in your projects is to reach the constraint levels for all critical values. Otherwise, you have a dead system, a failed system. This is, we'll talk more about prioritization later. We compute the prioritization as the distance where you are here and how distant you are to not failing. And the bigger the distance, the higher the priority, to make a very simple thing, okay? But we do not have fixed weight priorities like weights. We compute current priority. That is agile, that is dynamic. And we prioritize based on the computation of the priority of any value. Okay, then finally, there is a thing called a target. The wish, the goal that I've talked about up to now, those are examples of types of target. The wish is the stakeholder target for the moment, and the goal is the project target later. Okay, target means we're aiming to get there. It also means, target means success. And target means no more prioritization above the target. Target means stop the agile process, you're done. Nobody has asked for more, and no more cycles, sprints, or anything should be done. You eliminate the priority for doing anything in this value level when you reach a target. If you have other targets, then you use your resources for the other targets. But this target, no, stop. So the prioritization system is very simple. Continue until you reach a constraint, at least, and then continue for all targets until you reach all targets, and then project done. I have now defined exactly and numerically the project management activity and prioritization. First priority, reach all constraints. Second priority, reach all targets. Then you're done. Isn't that smart? And isn't that simple? And isn't that what you really do in real life with your food and your children and biologically? Isn't that how human beings survive and thrive? There's nothing new about it. We should be doing it in IT. God gave us, and I'm sure the Pope will acknowledge this, the capability of prioritizing survival for our species and plants and animals until we get to a point where we don't need to do it anymore. And then we stop eating, stop breathing more, and things like that. It's biologically built into a system built by the Creator or God or whatever you care to think about. Okay, I believe I'm teaching God-given systems And I believe that the systems used in Agile today are artificial bad constructions that God and the Pope would not approve. And I'm serious. Now, by the way, we had a break signal there. So we'll take a break until the hour. It's only 7 minutes, but I will have discussions, questions, but no more lecturing until the hour, okay?
Some people are writing in chat. They're worried that you're sinking. Yeah. So yes, a little swim up, a little up. Yeah. They're worried that you can, you know, sink into that water. Yeah. Because less and less we can see you.
Yeah. These are simple thoughts, but they're quite revolutionary, you see? Yeah. So think of me as Lech Wałęsa with the solidarity banner. And it's solidarity with God and nature. I'm going to fight against the stiff bureaucratic Big Bang process known as communism.
It's not easy.
I'm not reading the question, so if you want to read a question from chat or make a person live viable, we can talk.
We do not have any specific questions. Guys, if anyone have, you cannot just
Hey,
unmute.
Tom. Hey, hi, everybody.
Hi.
I know this man.
Yes, you do. How are you, Tom?
So tell everybody who you are, what country you're from, and ask your question.
Yeah, my name is Yuri. I'm from Ukraine, and we met with Tom, I don't know, like 3 or 4 years ago and spent, I think, 2.5 whole days together, and it was very enjoyable.
So one day is not enough.
Yeah, that's true. So my question is, all these wonderful methods that you describe, what do you think? Because, I mean, these are very useful for, let's say, one company knows what to do, what kind of project, what kind of thing they want to implement. But can these be used on kind of strategy, top level strategy of company? Like, what should we do at all? And how would you use these at this level?
So now, as this is an Agile conference of Agile IT people, we're assuming, for the most part, I'm talking to that. But as you know the answer. I use these methods for things like organizational development and strategy for United Nations sustainability goals, hunger and poverty. Read my book, Strategy Planning, free book, okay?
Okay.
So the answer is, my methods, as I said, they are for any system, not just IT systems, which is what all I really said. So these are for systems that have no IT whatsoever, for planning anything. Okay, like how Ukraine should get rid of the Russians who are kind of annoying in certain places, right? You can plan a war with them. You can plan a war with them. You can plan peace with them. Okay, and we do, and I have. Okay, so so the answer is, you can plan anything that has a notion of objectives and stakeholders, anything that has a notion of strategies or solutions. Okay, competitive engineering, the book, doesn't say this is for IT. It says this is systems engineering, and it applies to any systems. And I give examples, even in the competitive engineering book, for planning peace processes in Africa, and planning sanitation and water wells in Africa, because we use the methods at the Norwegian Christian Aid for aid projects, nothing to do with IT. And the examples of better water wells are in the competitive engineering book, okay? And it was very successful, okay? So the answer is, everybody here, even though we're all probably IT people, we all have another life, another hobby, you know, you can use these methods for your other life, which you may be doing now on the side or may do in the future. For example, you may be doing a startup company, and the startup company may have a little bit of IT in it, but maybe it's mainly about other. So for example, we have one of our favorite clients is called Watt, Lou Watt, LOOWATT.com. You can look them up. What do? They do a toilet. What for? Sanitation in Africa. Why was it successful? Because they used our method and they got $1 million funding from Melinda Gates because they used our method successfully. Toilets in Africa. Okay, there's a case study of this you'll find in my books, and if you need it, can't find it, ask me, but I think you'll find it in the literature, the Watloo case study. Okay, this is a startup at Imperial College with 4 people. They got $100,000 funding from Bill and Melinda Gates because it was a health project, right? Better sanitation, less shit in the streets, quite literally, nothing to do with IT. Their advisor, Nick Coutts, who is a senior lecturer at Imperial College, and I help him with startups. He said, if you, Melinda Gates said you can get $1 million if your prototype in Madagascar is a successful trial. And they said, how are we going to be sure of getting the $1 million? Many other people are competing for it. And Nick said, use my friend Gilb's methods. And they said, who is Gilb? And they said, wait a minute, who cares who Gilb is? Gilb is us $1 million. So they said, we can't pay Gilb. Will Gilb do it for free for one day? And the answer was yes. And I called up my son Kai and said, Kai, would you like to fly into Norway to put it on your CV, advisor to developers of African toilets? And Kai flew in at his own expense, and we spent a day, and they were very successful, and they got their $1 million. Okay? So the answer is you can design shit pots or anything you like, and we've done it. Now we're actually, the question was good and I got a chance to say some funny things. I'll give a few more minutes. We should restart, but we started late. So if you have one other question or a follow-up.
Yeah, I have from chat actually one question. Yeah. Gediminas asking, how about measuring requirements in R&D projects? Then the research goal is getting to the moon and back in 5 seconds.
Yes. Okay. So the simple answer is yes, absolutely, number one. And number two, I have a large number of projects like that. Okay. By the way, I've been advisor to Jet Propulsion Laboratory, and they have they adopted one of my methods very well immediately, called inspection, and we have all the proof of how they did it, right? So I do advise space rocket scientists. Okay, we used my methods at the Israeli rocket establishment to do evolutionary delivery of increments, and one day I broke through on how to get the rocket to go further towards their Arab neighbors with one small increment, agile increment they didn't think was possible. And I became a hero there. Yeah. So number one, impossible dreams for rocket scientists I have done, and I can name the places and show it. And the answer is it works. Now, I cannot literally do the actually impossible. I can help you get the insight that it's not possible at the moment. We are awaiting technology. That's the simple answer. It becomes clearer that there is no known technology to do it, so you don't waste time. You try to focus on developing or waiting for the technology necessary. Okay. By the way, Elon Musk, without knowing it, uses my methods in his brain all the time. He has these impossible dreams, like colonizing Mars or a clean planet, or forcing all the other electrical cars to go electrical. And he is achieving his dreams. Okay, he has dreams which are clearly impossible today, and surprise, he is well on the way to achieving them right now. Okay, so I like to say that my people like Elon Musk don't need my methods. They were born with them in their biology of their brain. Okay, the rest of us who don't have quite as good a brain as Elon Musk and Tesla himself need a method to stimulate what goes on in Musk's brains. And I'm not joking.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. By the way, if your R&D lab would like to play a game with me, they could, first iteration, they could send me a goal they have difficulty formulating or difficulty achieving, and I'll send some emails back and forth discussing, like, how would you formulate the goal, or what is the situation with regard to the technology? I will, for free, play a game with your R&D people if they just email me. I play games with people like that every day, all the time. I'm doing it right now.
So Gediminas, yeah, if you have, just share. Yeah, Tom shared his email, so you can email him.
Yeah, I'd love to help them. Okay, now I guess it's time to go back to the main lecture. So we're back with the lecture, done with some questions. Okay, so now here is a simple goal. I talked about it earlier. We want security. So here's the specification, the spec. I call this a spec object, a specification object. It is a collection of ideas which altogether specify the object known as the security requirement. It starts with a unique name called a name tag, in this case, security with a capital S. Okay? And there is no other thing in our repertoire of all possible applications called security with a capital S. And this name always gets me to these specifications. Now you might think, I'm teaching you this. This looks trivial. So why is Tom talking about putting a name on it? The answer is, it's amazing how many requirements have no name, have only a bullet point. Take a look at the slides from your managers. Bullet point, bullet point, bullet point, no number even, no name whatsoever. So a simple thing I'm teaching, a powerful tool, is you have a unique name on every requirement and design and every stakeholder. Okay, and what's that? It helps you track, trace, analyze, get transparency, and automate. For artificial intelligence is what it does. Okay, so it's a major step forward. Now, user stories are pretty good here. Almost everybody seems to have names on user stories. Good. I wonder where somebody picked that up. Could it be from one of my books, which is filled with it? We'll see. Okay, ask him. Ask Mike. Okay, but it's amazing how many major ideas are without, we'll be seeing them. I'll be showing you some examples of things I analyze which have no name. Now, what happens if you have no name? Well, Mr. Nobody takes over. Nothing gets done. It gets lost, you know, and we fail. Okay. Now, after the name comes the specifications. Now, we could put a user story or ambition level right here. I've skipped that because I'm focusing on the scale. So scale is a declaration that I have a parameter, which I've defined in plain language called the scale of measure. Okay, this is not the measuring tool, which I call the meter or the test. This is the scale of measure. This is the kilometers per hour. Okay, so in this case, I have a scale, I've written it, percentage probability of detecting a hacker within 5 seconds. That is a perfectly good scale of measure. What is the benchmark? Well, I'm using a term status. Status actually is a benchmark which is very agile. It is continually updated at the last sprint. Got it? So only Agile's interested in every week, every month, every sprint, a status. Okay, but this is the Agile feedback level that tells the Agile group exactly where you have incremented to, where you are at. Anyway, 10% last year, okay? Not exactly every week. Okay, now there is a second level. I mentioned it earlier, tolerable level. Now that is a what we call a scalar constraint. That's the bare minimum. 80% by the end of the year. So that's a constraint level. That's the minimum. And then there's a third notion. This is a point on the scale. This is a point on the scale. This wish level, this, remember, is the stakeholder's dream, 98% by the end of the year. So that is a target level. It's not the only target level. Remember, I said a goal level is a target level which the project has committed to. Project has not committed to wish only the stakeholder has a dream, right? But there's still targets, okay? But also it is defined as success level. So from the stakeholder point of view, if by the end of the year, I get to 98% probability of detecting a hacker within 5 seconds, that is success from that stakeholder's point of view. If another stakeholder says, I don't agree with you, I need 99.98% by next week, that is a different stakeholder point of view of success. So notice you can have multiple points of view of success. There is not one. And you can have multiple constraint ideas from different stakeholders, different times. So all of these can be multiple, is another very powerful tool. You know, in simple terms, and I'm just giving a simple example, I have one of these, one of these, and one of these. You will shortly see that I have many of all of these is the norm. Okay, so that's another powerful tool. I can have many. I can represent many stakeholder points of view, many different points in time, short-term, long-term, and many other things called scale parameters, which we will deal with shortly. Okay, deep breath, simple example. I'm giving you a basic idea of how we quantify any value idea. And I'm hoping most of you said, yeah, that looks pretty simple. I think I got it. So, Delius, just, you know, I'm looking at your picture because you're the last speaker. How do you feel about this? Are you confused or is that okay? Did you say anything? I didn't hear you say. Mic on?
You asked me?
Yes.
I feel like I understand, but I would need to dig more.
Okay, that's fine. If you feel like you understand, even though you really don't, that's good. If you feel like, I'm sure I don't understand a thing, then maybe I should keep on talking about this for 2 hours until you get it. Okay. So
I think we have a question from the audience.
Yes, go ahead with the question.
I think Mindaugas Girdvainis asked, who should decide what should be the tolerable level? What position, okay. I guess, or yeah.
Okay, now let me rephrase the question. Who should decide on this level and who should decide on this level and who should decide on this level? Is that roughly the question?
I think so.
Yeah, okay. Now, first thing is the status is something that is part of your Agile process. You measure after delivery, it's called the measurement part of the Gilb cycle, what happens. So this is not a decision. There's a big decision. Every Agile cycle will measure, okay? So, and will publish, and that's called the status. So there's not a personal opinion. This is a measurement. So that's the answer to that is status is not a decision. It's a Agile process decision to measure and publish. Okay? Now, tolerable level. Who decides what is tolerable? The simple answer is the stakeholder decides. They could be right or wrong or crazy, but a stakeholder must give you a level that you ask them, what's the minimum you will accept before you will use the system? And if they say 80%, that's the answer to what it is. And you write down, the user said they wouldn't have 79% or anything less. They would not accept the handover of the system. They would consider it a failure. Okay? So the simple answer is the stakeholder, again, right or wrong, good or bad, the stakeholder makes the decision and is responsible for that decision. That's the minimum. Now, same thing with the wish. The stakeholder decides on the wish. I want 98% by end of the year. And you might say, I think they're crazy. I think it's impossible. That doesn't matter. They have decided that's what they want. And you write it down, and you write down who said it, when they said it, why they want it. Now, who writes down the goal level? That is not the stakeholder. That is the project after the architecture or design process, after the cost estimation, after looking at the budgets, after deciding this 98% can be done and the project can commit to it. So the project, let's say project manager, maybe product owner writes down the goal level. So the simple answer is I have about 10 different things here, and I have a slightly different answer for each one of them. This is in the books. It will emerge, but and if you need more information on different levels that I show you, I'll give more information on who decides, but it's nothing simple like the product owner decides all of these. And it is a mixture of the project, some entities in the project decide, and some stakeholders decide. Is that good enough for the moment? Who asked the question? Good question, of course. Somebody has to give me an answer, like maybe it's in the question and answers, yeah.
I think it's good for now.
Good enough, go on, okay. If not the answer, if you don't get a good enough answer, I put my email out there. Email me, you will get an answer. Okay, probably today. Don't be shy. I'd like to know who you are. I'd like to know what you're interested in. So don't be shy. It's free. Did I mention that? Okay. Okay. Now, here's a little bit more about these scale ideas. Here's something I mentioned earlier. Here are the links. Top causes of project failure. Now, number 41%, changes in priorities. Now, how do you change your priority? And the answer is you change your requirement. Okay, so that's a requirements problem. 39% of project failures were inaccurate gathering of requirements. You didn't listen well enough to the stakeholder. You wrote down better security and you didn't ask them if they wanted 95%. That's inaccurate gathering of requirements. Okay, change in project objectives. They just decided to do something different because of competitive reasons. Inadequate vision. The top management isn't ambitious enough to beat the competition. Again, that's in the requirements. And poor communication. So, in other words, as I said before, the major causes of project failure are bad communication, and bad communication about requirements is top of the list. So I'm trying to solve that problem by giving you tools for better communication about requirements. You want to get rid of your 40% failure of agile projects in general, you're going to have to consider doing what I'm teaching you. Okay. Now, number one, the scale that I'm teaching is not just a tool, it is the tool. It's the number one tool. If at the end of the day you said, Tom, you taught about 100 tools, if I were to learn one tool and do one tool first, which one? I'd say scale. Okay, I'm telling you right now, this changes everything. The world is instantly different when you move from, we don't do scales. We have user stories with no scales in them. When you move to scale, you have changed to an engineering culture. You change to a scientific method. And I'm hoping those two key words I just said appeal to some of you who have a degree in science and engineering and know what I'm talking about. Programmers who do not have those degrees do not appreciate what I'm saying and don't care. And they just want to code. Okay? Sorry about that. Okay, I don't have a degree in engineering or science. I am self-taught. Okay? You can be, I was a programmer once. But I decided the way to succeed and the way to be a good consultant was I had to go for engineering and science. Only way to do it. That's how these techniques develop. So even if you're just a programmer and you have a degree in history or something like that, or no degree at all, you can become a good systems engineer by adopting these techniques, and you will succeed in your IT projects better. Okay, so scale is the core idea, the most important. You know, say, forget everything else, just for God's sake, do this scale thing. Now, number two, there is we always, no exception, and this is actually a little typo, it should say always in case you wonder, quantify all value requirements. Okay? The moment we realize this is a value of the stakeholder, okay, we seek quantification. We look for quantification. And that quantification always comes in the form of one scale or a set of scales. We'll get back to that. But there's no such thing as a value which has no scale by definition, because value is defined as things that people want to improve in the future. And the mere word improvement means it is a variable. It's not binary. Okay? So almost by definition, my definition of value, and I have, of course, formally defined it in the glossary I gave you access to a few slides back. By definition, it is quantifiable. And by definition, that means there is a scale. Now, you might have problems finding the scale, but that does not mean there is no scale. By its very nature, there is a scale. In fact, there are many scale possibilities, not just one. No such thing as one scale, okay? But one pretty good scale is much better than ambiguous words that nobody understands. Okay? You're better off with a little bit of quantification than none whatsoever. Now, by the way, I'll say right away, quantification, as we know from accounting and even science, can be misused, gamed, and used to lie and mislead. Okay? I know that. Science knows it, accounting knows it, but they know what to do about the problem. Okay? So that's called reviews and auditing and all other tactics. So don't give me that argument, I don't want to do quantification because it can be misused. Then go home, go to sleep, and die in your bed. You don't want to do anything. Okay? So you want to do better, you're going to have to get out there and fight with scales. Now, scale can be used to formally define success and formally define completion. Okay? Now, and here's a corollary of that. A scale can be used to define contractual requirements and bidding wishes. You can define what you want in a bid using a scale, and you can define in the contract what they must deliver. This changes contracting totally. Okay? You can now say, we're paying you for the goal level, and we won't pay you until you get the goal level. And we don't care how many people have written how many use cases in what programming languages. If you don't reach the goal level, you don't get paid, and that's in the contract. Do you get me? Okay, this is agile contracting with a vengeance. Or to be more specific, it is value agile contracting. It is not Scrum, and it is not user stories. Okay, it's value agile contracting. Now, scales can be used to define failure, the tolerable level, the fail level I showed you, the scalar constraint. And it's very important to know when you fail. In practical terms, a scalar constraint can define a level where there is no payment, no agile incremental payment. If you haven't even reached the tolerable level, no payment at all is due to the sub-supplier. If you reach the tolerable level, maybe half the payment is available. And then as you increment your way towards the goal level, more and more payment is due. When you reach the goal level, 100% of agreed payment is due for that value. What happens? It's called supplier motivation to deliver to the government of Lithuania a health system which works and saves lives. Anything less is criminal, negligent behavior. And you are killing people like Trump is doing right now. You are killing people. People are dying because of your inability to build good enough health systems fast enough. Am I clear? And I'm not joking. And I'm angry that we haven't solved this better and that people are really dying now from COVID alone because of tracing systems we haven't gotten to work yet. Okay, this point here, where everybody talks about teamwork and cooperation and motivation. You know what? If a team does not have a clear, numeric, shared set of requirements, then they cannot cooperate even if they want to. They cannot cooperate towards the same goal because they don't know what the same goal is. A bullshit goal of the type better security, every individual will interpret that differently, and they will all be in conflict and fighting one another for their personal interpretation. The only way to get everybody on the same note, as the music people say, is to have notes which are fairly accurate representations, E sharp or whatever it is. So everybody is on the same note and understand it. And in our world of values and qualities, that note is a number on the scale, and there ain't nothing better. And words will never do it. And you've got to get out of your childish word culture, at least for the large critical projects. For small, trivial, unimportant projects, I don't care what you do. Go have fun programming. But when you're building a national health system for a little country like Norway or Lithuania, you damned well should be doing these things. Otherwise, we should eliminate you, if necessary, by assassination. Assassinating one IT person would be cheap compared to killing 100 innocent people from COVID. Am I dramatic enough? My wife hates me when I get so dramatic as that. But I'm trying to make a point here, okay? And I'm trying to be dramatic. So if you believe that teams can work better together and do good teamwork, if they understand the common goals well, then I'm giving you a tool called scale and goal. Okay? And if you have a better tool, let me know. But you know what? I don't think you have a better tool. Show it to me. Tell me about it. Tell me how it works. Talk about it in the next break. Suggest it in the next break. You don't have a better tool. This is the same tool all engineering, science, and management disciplines have used for thousands of years. And nobody's found a better one. Okay? So if you think you have a better one, I think you have delusions of grandeur. You know, you think design sprints are better or something silly like that? Give me a break. But it's amazing how many immature people like Trump think you should drink disinfectant to get rid of the COVID virus. Okay. Did I tell you I'm not going to vote for Trump? Yet. Okay, yeah, yeah. Now, by the way, we have another phenomena that applies to large projects, is geographically dispersed projects, where the Ukraine or India is serving, say, Norway or US or something like that. And people are just in physically different places, and they don't ever really meet each other, maybe electronically, and they talk. Now, if you want geographically dispersed projects to work towards the same goal, you have to use numbers to synchronize, to align. That's the management's favorite word, alignment with management goals. And I've written a lot about it recently in my recent books like Governeering and other books this year about alignment. You have to align with numbers. You can't align with bullshit. If the management says we need greater security and your project says we need extremely high advanced artificial intelligence security, you're still bullshitting each other and you're not aligned, and bad stuff is going to get produced and the management's not going to be happy. Now you'd think, wait a minute, who's responsible for the numeric culture? Which is different from the question we had, who's responsible for the wish level and the goal level, right? And the answer is top management. We can start with at least the chief technical officer, maybe the chief information officer, and hopefully the chief executive officer will decide, if it hasn't already been decided, we are going to have a numeric culture regarding values. I have some clients who've done exactly that at the CEO level. They've observed there is no numeric culture. There is bullshit everywhere. They've decided they cannot possibly be responsible for managing the company, and they use their power to dictate, you will all be numeric about values using Gilb scale and goal and that shit. One manager, top manager, dictated that to his 10 top directors. 1 year later, he found that 5 of the directors were pretending to do it, but not doing it, like the marketing director. He fired the 5 directors who were not doing it and replaced them with people who were shown to be doing it. So he got control of his enterprise, okay? So in other words, the decision to really make this happen in practice probably should be made at the C-level executive. And it's amazing that more of them don't make that decision. I think the reason is nobody at the business schools or the engineering schools have informed them that they can make this decision and how to do it. Okay, so actually I accepted the assignment to teach at the business school in Ukraine, in Lviv, to teach this stuff, because business schools weren't teaching it anywhere, and I got a chance to teach it at a real business school. And we planned a Mars mission at the business school in Lviv. I can share that with anybody who wants it, using all these numbers. The business people planned a Mars mission. They were inspired by Elon Musk as a businessman to plan a Mars mission using my methods. I have all that stuff, okay? So we need to get to the point where the business schools teach the managers. They can, business schools teach the managers unbalanced scorecards, meaning they teach a lot about financial numerics, and then they blah, blah, blah teach about balanced scorecards without any numbers and bullshit. And so the managers walk out and they still can't balance the scorecard. I've written a set of slides on that. You'll find it in the references at the end if you're interested in the balanced scorecard problem, which is a management problem. Okay, so geographic, in other words, the scale can be used to better do geographically spread projects. So if I was in Ukraine and I was a supplier to other countries, I would want to put this in place so that I had better communication with my clients and could more successfully deliver projects and get a reputation for doing that better than, say, India as a supplier or competitor, okay? And then the other thing to note is, remember, scale is is a quantification idea. It's not a measurement idea. So arguments like it's difficult to measure are irrelevant arguments. Quantification is a communication tool between people and AI systems. Okay, you need the quantification. Now, measurement is a different discipline. Okay, it's related. Your meter or test must know what the scale is and must address it, but it's not the same thing. A voltmeter is not a volt. A speedometer is not a speeding car. Let's get this straight and stop mixing it up. And then the last point here is the scales have a certain beauty. You can reuse them many times in the same project and many times in the same organization. So they are well worth doing properly, crafting properly, getting experience and feedback, instead of just throwing them out like I want better security. Now there's an implied scale there. There's, you know, I want better security, but it's not a reusable scale. It's reusable bullshit, but it's not a reusable scale. You can do no serious work with it. So a serious scale, like I showed you a simple serious security scale, that is reusable and it can be done better. We'll talk about that, more sophisticated, more advanced. But okay, so the idea of reusability means corporate learning. A corporation or domain like health can learn good scales of measure and share them with all the e-health projects in Lithuania and Norway and the world, okay? These scales, and they will need little or no modification. I'll show you how to tailor a scale so that powerful and good scales can be learned, stored in, for example, the ValPlan tool that I'm using actually has all the scales from my competitive engineering book built into the tool. And you can look up the scales in the tool and copy like a usability scale or a security scale directly from the tool. So your planning tools should store not only stakeholder patterns, but scale patterns. So we don't have to reinvent the wheel. An electrical engineer doesn't have to invent volts and amperes and stuff like that, which had to be invented and named by Mr. Voltaire and Mr. Ampere at some point. We need to learn scales of security, scales of technical debt, scales of flexibility. And we need to teach them and make them available and sell them for, you can sell catalogs of good scales, put them into artificial intelligence tools. So I can just say, I want the good usability scales for medical systems. And bingo, a good set of scales should pop up, which is exactly what we do in the ValPlan tool, by the way. Take a look. Okay, enough of that. Simple scales. Okay. Now, a simple scale is like I have a usability scale and an impressiveness scale. It's basically a set of words with something like a percentage sign or units of measure sign, like numbers or degrees or dollars or whatever. That's what we call a simple scale. And these are better than no scale. They're better than ambiguous words like better security. So I showed you a security scale. So the requirement for a scale is I can put a number on it. So can I put a number on percentage of users who can master the basics without first day of use? Yes, I can. It's obvious. Can I put a number on the percentage of people who took a test ride and then joined a waiting list within a week? Yes, I can. Marketing people do that all the time. Okay. So these are clearly scales that, one, I can put a number on. The next question is, are these scales useful and meaningful? And yes, they are. You know, are they the best scales in the world for usability and marketing? Maybe not, but they may be good for simpler projects. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to teach you how to make more advanced things for more advanced competitive situations and scales of projects. Okay, but basically, simple scales look like this. Now, developing a scale, I keep on getting these things. Okay, developing a scale. Now, first thing we do is we put a tag or a name on it, always. So just having said, I'll say that orally. But right after that, we need the bullshit level, which I call the ambition level in all my books. Now, I also said user story is perfectly good. And for some of you, that's a good way to start. One of my clients, a big bank in multinational bank, preferred to call it a headline level. You know, headline has the text that tells you what's in the newspaper magazine article in more detail. So a headline, but if you want to stick to a standard, which is well-defined, ambition, and ambition is short for ambition level. That is, the ambition has to say how good. You know, if you have great security, how great is great? Okay, so I give a little example, quotation Elon Musk. Now the ambition levels are about one sentence long. They typically have an official source like the big boss or a powerful stakeholder. And the problem with ambition level is they're invariably ambiguous and they are not quantified. But the good news is they can invariably be quantified. And so that's our next step. So now, unfortunately, since the master didn't bother to quantify, it becomes our job as IT people to quantify what the bullshitting managers haven't quantified. Ideally, they would change their culture and they would always quantify before they came to IT, but they're immature. It's going to take 30 to 50 years before they grow up and become grown-up managers and get taught how to do this, okay? So in the meantime, we IT people have to teach them how to plan management things. Now, what you don't do is go to the manager and say, Gilb told me you're a blithering idiot, childish, stupid manager and your education and your MBA is worthless. That might get you fired. You know, try telling Trump that he's an idiot and see what happens, right? So you don't go to them and tell them that Gilb thinks they're an idiot and you're too shy to say it. You go to them and say, I think your ambition level is a great and powerful idea and ought to be done. Would you like to be sure that it really gets done while you're still in power? Now, what are they going to say? No, I don't care. Or yes, of course, isn't that clear? You say good. Then I have already defined it as a quantified objective with a scale of measure. So I'd like you to look it over and tell me whether that's what you meant by your ambition level. Now, if you're lucky, you did it in advance, and they look at it and say, yeah, something like that, but I have some other ideas in addition. Now you're getting some really valuable information from the CEO, and you plug that in too. But if you didn't prepare it in advance, you might just say, then of course, we techies in IT have learned some special IT tricks to make you more powerful, Mr. President. I won't even tell you what it is. We'll just go and make sure your ambition level is satisfied. If you really want to know, I'll tell you, but you're going to have to spend at least 5 more minutes with you. And this was only a 5-minute elevator meeting, so goodbye. Okay? And if they say, wait a minute, stop, I want to know what your secret sauce is. Okay, we put scales of measure and numbers on your ambition level. Oh, that doesn't sound, I learned that at the business school. You should have SMART things with M for measure. Is that what you're talking about? Yes. Oh yeah, well, of course, that's what I intended you should do. So you go and do it. Okay? But long story short, you are going to have to do it because they aren't going to do it until the CEO dictates that they will. You might like to plant that idea in the CEO's head. Okay. Now, how do you derive a scale of measure? Well, there's a thinking process where you look at this stuff. And here, for example, it says here, Tesla prefers to focus on safety first, right? Now, it turns out, if you go a little bit deeper, there is a thing called safety ratings, which apply to the automobile business and which Tesla uses. And presumably, all the other automobile manufacturers are very aware of it because the Consumer Reports or standardization body reports to the public on how bad cars are, and people buy cars or don't buy cars depending on the safety ratings, right? That's why people buy Teslas and Volvos, because they're safer, okay? So, so then my question is, what kind of safety ratings might we use as scales of measure? In other words, these ratings have scales of measure. All I do is take my clue, Elon, car business, safety. Where are the scales of measure? They're called safety ratings. You only have to Google automobile safety ratings and you'll find your scales of measure. And what kind of units of measure do they have? And there's a variation, like 1 to 4 stars is very common, and you know, percentage and things like that. What kind of measures do they have? And they have, you know, 1 measure for this, 1 measure for that, 1 measure for that. So the different scales of measure are given. And how do you find them? Well, searching on the internet, Tesla safety ratings will help a lot. Would the power that be, in this case, Musk himself personally, think this is a good scale of measure for his purpose and said, you betcha, and don't waste his time by asking, it's obvious. Okay, but if you're in doubt, ask. Remember, Musk is the guy who absolutely interviews every employee personally. He's a detail man. So if, you know, you can screw up and Musk will fire you later, or you can check with Musk if it's something really important. And believe me, his safety is very important. He's very proud of asking his engineers to engineer the safest car on the planet, and they usually get rated as way ahead of Volvo and Mercedes as the more safe cars, by design, not an accident. And then we can ask questions like, is this just for the S model, or do we need to think of the truck coming out in the Y model? Does it cover all market areas like the Chinese market and the Indian market? And does it cover all the types of the value of the different kinds of safety? In other words, this is business analyst work, isn't it? Okay, it's not systems architect. It is not CEO work. It is not programmer work. It is not product owner work. It is the business analyst work we're talking about. So somebody needs to train the business analysts better so they can do this stuff, and they are not being trained in this at all right now, with very few exceptions, okay? So this is what you train them on. Now, answering the question, what about more ways of finding stuff? This is a map from the free, I gave you the link earlier, competitive engineering book, a map of all the qualities that there is a detailed template scale of measure in the book. And you can actually use this chapter, scales of measure. That's where all the scales of measure are, free for you. These same scales of measure we plugged into the value planning, ValPlan tool. They're exactly the same. It's just that we don't have to go to the book. They're in our tool. So when I'm working and I say usability, I push the button on the tool and in come the measures. Of course, everybody should have a tool with all the scales of measure our domain has learned and be able to access them by giving keywords like, medical app for COVID, user friendliness or security. We should get those if they've been developed. Okay, this is called corporate learning and domain learning. Now, how do we know if a scale of measure is good and useful? Now, in the long term, first it has to look good and feel good to the domain people. If everybody thinks it's good, it may be bad, but you don't know that yet, right? So then you have to go ahead and try it. Now, if you try it and it works great, it may not be the best one in the world, but it may be good enough for many purposes. If you try it and it's horrible, it's time to throw it on the junk heap. Even mark the experience, this doesn't work here, in your library of scales. Record the experience with the scale and say, we thought this was a good measure too, but it didn't work and here's the experience. So use it at your peril. Again, corporate learning, organizational learning, domain learning about scales that don't work that everybody thinks is good, okay? And then you might get a scale that works pretty well, but that might give you an insight. If we just tweak the scale a little bit with this, I think it would work even better. And you try it out and it works even better. And you record that knowledge. Hey, this scale is more advanced than that. And we've proven it for e-health tracking systems, corporate learning. So the answer is, we learn what are good scales by hard experience. And the question is, there's the famous saying by Santayana from 1903, those who do not learn from history are doomed to repeat it. Got it? You must systematically learn scales of measure for IT systems and values and quality. You must have a library. You must have a database. You must update it, or you will forever be starting from square one with bad ideas. We are all using bad ideas for the most part, yet very few people share really good scales even within their domain and business. We are a very poor culture. Let's see. Now, part 3, we were just about to go to break, but we'll try that here. Okay, is advanced scale definition. Now, I'm going to introduce something I showed you very briefly, but didn't teach you much about. I'm going to show you what I call scale parameters. Scale parameters. Now, if I write a scale like this, vehicle safety, scale, star rating number, that's the one, the official one that Tesla and the other guys have to use. So it's culturally necessary. I don't like stars, but the automobile business does, okay? 4, now I have 1, 2, 3 things in bold in square brackets with capital letters. What does that mean? Now you realize that, aha, there's an implication here. There are many different types of people, okay? And there's an implication here. There are many different types of car specifications. And there's an implication here. There's many types of safety equipment. Now, it turns out that these are, in fact, very dominant ideas in the official safety ratings on the internet for the rating agencies. I didn't invent these. I just read them and said, I can use different car specs, different safety equipment. They do. It's already there. I didn't invent anything. I don't have to get approval from Musk. These are the ones they really use, and Musk is subject to it, whether he likes it or not. Okay. Now, what are these? Well, they are general ideas in the scale. Okay. Now, I didn't say they're fuzzy ideas that are ambiguous. I said they're general. What do we do with general ideas? Well, we take a general idea like, here's a security set. We take the general idea and we define it unambiguously as the set of this idea and 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 this idea, right? So the first one here is the attack type is fake news, okay? Here's another attack type, random locking of files. Here's another attack type, denial of service. Here's another attack type, stealing secrets, right? So attack type is defined as this set of ideas. These are the attack types in security that we're interested, you know. Some of these attacks, like fake news, that's not really a very interesting attack type on an automobile, but it's a very interesting attack type in the Democratic and Republican database for voters, right? Fake news all over the place. That's the attack weapon they use. Okay, okay. So there will be a set of these which is special for your domain, automobiles or election campaigns. But now, so what's happening here? We're saying attack type is ambiguous. It is high level, but I can reduce the ambiguity and said, I am declaring it is this and this and this, or this or this, and in or we can do both of them. And there are no other attack types that I'm interested in. I have a complete, unambiguous set of attacks, right? What I'm doing now is I'm defining a term in my my security statement, and I'm defining it with each one of these can be formally defined with words or dictionary or standard industry standards or terms. Okay, it's not limited to me reading these and finding out what they are. I can define it as exactly as I want. But what I'm doing is I'm getting extreme clarity. I'm getting extremely unambiguous definition. Nobody can be any doubt when I say my security is for fake news and nothing else, that I'm talking about fake news and no other type of security. We go on. Having potential or real effect. Then I almost have to bring the screen closer to me. Military systems down. Okay. So if the fake news brings a military systems down, I've decided that for the initial value delivery, I'm only interested in fake news from the Russians that brings a military system down. Okay, which may be defending itself against rockets from Russia, right? Or China, take your choice. Or North Korea, take your choice. Okay. Okay. And now I'm extremely clear about what that Agile step is going to do. It's going to do fake news and it's going to do military systems down. And it's not going to do anything else. So notice another thing I'm doing. I'm decomposing my problem for my project to one Agile step that on step one does fake news and military systems and nothing else. This is a major decomposition tool that I'm giving you. Nobody else has it. I invented it. Check it out. You won't find it anywhere else about scales of measure that I know about. I mean, I'd like to think somebody had co-invented it, but I can't find them. If you find them, let me know. I'd like to talk to these people. Now, here is the third one is specific stakeholders. And I'll just, it says here, government victims, okay? So on the first step, I'm interested in fake news, downing military systems where the victim is part of a government, okay? And now I've got three conditions. These are all called conditions. I got three conditions for which my security level is valid. Okay, and I'm really clear about it. That first increment is going to do this, and government victims, and all the other stuff is other Agile incremental value delivery steps. So some of you will immediately grasp what you can do. Number one, you can use this method to decompose your values into, if you like, sub-values, and you can prioritize the most critical sets of these and do them early to deliver high value early in your Agile project. Did you get that? Because that's a very important Agile idea. Okay? And by the way, another thing you can do, which is obvious, is you can check and make sure all valid combinations are done sometime as opposed to no time, even though they're low priority. And you can even automatically analyze, we're talking planning systems with artificial intelligence, what combinations are used, what combinations are realistic, and what combinations are not done. So automatic artificial intelligence warning of bad planning is possible with data tools like this. Let's see. So again, we use this for accurate modeling of large and complex systems. So security for is usually for large and complex systems, military systems, for example. We can also separate, from an Agile point of view, critical value deliveries from less critical ones. In simple terms, we can do the critical stuff early and get it done before the North Koreans launch their rocket, before the COVID virus kills the next 3,000 people tomorrow in the US. You know, I mean, doing critical things early is a very important aspect, an ideal of Agile. And I'm telling you how, in practice, you get that Agile stuff done early. And the answer is, one major tool is decomposition of scales of measure in using scale parameters with conditions. Okay, and we're obviously getting much better requirement definitions, so nobody can possibly misunderstand. And this improves what I call the resolution, if you like, the accuracy of the scale tool. Now that's such a powerful thing, and I know I should have had a 1250 alarm that didn't go off, but I'll now declare a break, 5 to 10 minutes. We'll do some talking in the meantime. I will resume lecturing in 5 to 10 minutes and give you a chance to absorb this really powerful piece of knowledge of tools I just gave you.
Actually, Tom, I think how we planned, we had in our plan lunch break from 2 till 3.
Oh, we have planned a no lecture lunch break from 2 to 3.
Yeah, you know, to have an eat after 4 hours work.
Okay. Now, by the way, although it's numeric, you did not communicate that well enough to me that I knew it. But it's a very good idea.
That's a very good idea. So yeah, you could also have like food because you've been talking already for 4 hours, and yeah, it's hard for you as well. So and we can remain at 3 o'clock, I think.
Yes. Okay. Fine. So we will resume at 3 o'clock your time and 2 o'clock Central European time.
Mm-hmm.
And I may leave things on and eat a little bit, but I